cut my comments short, but I have a few suggestions and feedback. To increase the quantum of healthcare and healthcare tourism in our state, we are already good at many languages. We're good at English and Hindi and Urdu and Arabic. But I think we need to increase our connect to French-speaking, Spanish-speaking, and Portuguese-speaking countries also, so that you could increase the quantum of patients coming from there. Many of you know telemedicine. I think telemedicine can be used for referrals in many of these countries before patients come to Hyderabad or to any other part of India. And also post-operative care, once they go back, telemedicine also will be useful. And access to international travel, that is a drawback, I would say, for our city a little bit. We don't have direct access to many other international destinations. That we should request to change, so that we have direct flights to parts of Africa, other parts of Asia, and other parts of Southeast Asia, which will increase the number of people that are coming here. But I also leave you with the following words. Many of us refer to ourselves as, our country as Hindustan or India or Bharat. Irrespective, we are an ancient culture in which healthcare, wellness, way of life is all intertwined in it. It's including modern day healthcare. Whether you take Vastu Shastra or astrology or astronomy or Ayurveda or yoga, so the entire culture is based on a holistic living experience with good living standards, but also with good quality healthcare. With that, I thank you for inviting me. Thank you very much.
Now I would request Srimati Sailaja Ma'am, IS Principal Secretary, Tourism and Culture, Government of Telangana, to address the crowd.
It gives me great pleasure, and it is indeed my privilege to be present here as chief guest for the Telangana Health Conclave and Expo 23. My respects to all the dignitaries on the dais, including several diplomatic representatives of several countries, as well as industry leaders and all the participants. I want to express my happiness in seeing such a large and varied group of participants for this conclave. From my side, I represent the Department of Tourism, the government of Telangana. So rather than talking too much about healthcare, for which I am not really an expert, I'd like to talk a little bit about the tourism aspects too, for this, which we hope that this conclave will actually take up and discuss. As we all know that in the past 2 decades, Hyderabad has emerged as one of the major destinations for medical tourism, and Sai Prasad Garu was mentioning just that. And in fact, the speed at which multi-speciality hospitals have sprung up in the last 2 decades has accelerated the growth of the health sector, in particular the private health sector in the state. As we all know, states like Kerala and Tamil Nadu are well known for their public health systems and the use of the public health system. But Telangana is one of the states in this country where we have the largest use of the private health sector system. I don't know whether it's good or bad, but definitely that is what the statistics does show. So medical tourism becomes extremely important because the private healthcare providers here are in a position to provide healthcare at international standards. Not only this, the government of Telangana also has been in the forefront to develop healthcare in the past few years by facilitating an overall ecosystem. This is both in the area of biotechnology, as well as biomedical engineering, as well as pharmaceutical industry. So the industry-friendly policies are also another reason for the rise of Hyderabad as a medical tourism destination. I am aware that several international patients from Africa and the Middle Eastern countries, and maybe to some extent from Southeast Asia, do come to Hyderabad. In fact, whenever I visit one of the bigger hospitals, whether I go to AIG or I go to KIMS or I go to Apollo, I have been constantly seeing a larger and larger influx of patients coming in from these countries. And I think the number of patients are also increasing with each passing year because of the affordable cost of treatment within this state, as well as other factors, effective treatment, obviously, as well as the good weather and the affordable cost of living in Hyderabad or staying in Hyderabad for a short period that such a visit entails. And obviously, India's appeal as a cost-effective destination for high-quality medical treatment and advanced healthcare facilities does require to be augmented further with awareness. I genuinely hope that this conclave will give all of you a chance, all of us a chance to understand various aspects of how we can enable increased access and increased delivery of healthcare services to international patients who come into this state. Uh, I mean, I don't think I need to define medical tourism, but I was curious because when we all of you are talking about medical tourism, you're basically referring to a number of foreign patients who travel to India to seek medical treatment. I'm also curious to understand, and I hope the conclave will help me to understand, what do the attendants do? Now, patients come in obviously with one or two attendants because they cannot come alone when they're coming to take treatment here. So, from the side of tourism, I'm very curious to understand what do the attendants do for that period of 3 days or 5 days or 1 week or 2 weeks while the patient is undergoing treatment in a hospital here. And we'd like to know if there is some service that we can provide from the tourism department to the attendants who are also coming here along with the patient. And I request Geeta Garu to see if that discussion can also happen. For example, taking them around Hyderabad or the surrounding areas on tourist trips, enabling them to sample the cuisine of this state, enabling them to visit certain locations if they want to buy some curios or souvenirs. I think that much of this we can facilitate from our side, and we hope that a little bit of discussion on this aspect also will happen because it will help the tourism industry and the tourism related ancillary industries also to enter into this picture of medical tourism. Secondly, we are also interested in knowing if a single window system for improved access to the state and improved enabling improved transportation and improved services to the hospital attendants and the patients who are coming in can also be enabled through the tourism department. So, is there something that the tourism sector can do to help them to come in easily? You know, whether it is looking at, where should I go? Which hotel should I stay in? Which hotel is nearest the hospital? Things like where can I eat? Where can I get food which is similar to the place where I come from? If I come from the Middle East, where can I get food which is similar to what I eat at home? Because I obviously can't eat the food of the state for a very long time. Even if I can, I like to eat my own food once in a while, the place from where I come. So these sort of things. Then looking also at transportation issues, etc. So if the conclave can also discuss this aspect, what kind of single window system you would like the tourism department to enable, at least in terms of policy, we can put it together in the next 1 year or 1.5 years, in order to ensure that attendants and patients have a much easier time negotiating with the everyday routine that they have to face when they come here for 1 week or 2 weeks. Thirdly, we would like our ancillary industry and our tourism industry to also benefit. We can arrive at packages for patients and their attendants to visit several locations, to whether it's cuisine based, it's tourist monument or heritage based, or it's looking at even transportation based. We can also give you reasonable rates and give you some package rates for these sort of visits. So I would request hospitals to also engage with these aspects. I'm aware that hospitals are only mostly looking at enabling the patient to have a proper stay in the hospital and ensuring that the patient gets adequate care both within the hospital and post-operative. But my request is if we could engage with some of the major hospitals and look at how can our local industry also benefit, and how can the patient and their attendants also benefit. They can get a decent package at reasonable discounted rates, and we can also ensure that the local industry is able to actually improve. So these are some of the issues that I hope from my side that this conclave will actually discuss and will help us to understand how we can move forward. Because when Geeta Garu came and met me, we have very little to say on medical tourism except what all of you are actually now going to speak about, which is what is a better method of access and delivery of healthcare services to international patients. So my interest is, in addition to that, what can we do to ensure that the overall stay in Telangana becomes a larger experience and more a nuanced experience for them, so that they will want to come back again and again even after they become healthy. So my request is kindly spend some time discussing this. Lastly, I would like to congratulate Geeta Garu for having such a interesting and I think timely conference on medical tourism at this point of time. We hope that some of the findings of your conclave will help us to design better policy in the coming few years. So please do let me know what is actually the final discussions that happen, and we will see how the state of Telangana can take it forward, because it is as much our aim as yours that this state should be known for its medical tourism, and we should be able to enable further and improve the healthcare services and allied services to all the international tourists who come here for health treatment. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much, madam, and really thank you. Huge round of applause. Thanks, Achan, and very rightly said. A request to introduce.
I would like to call upon Dr. Gangadhar Sir, Officer on Special Duty of CM of Telangana. He is also a Medical Health and Family Welfare Department, Government of Telangana.
Good morning. I thank the organizer for giving the opportunity to participate in an excellent interdisciplinary kind of a discussions which are going on here. And respects to all the dignitaries in the dais, especially Shailaja Madam, for gracing the occasion as a chief guest. So from the medical perspective, there are two things that comes to mind when we deal with medical value tourism or medical value travel, MVT. One is Heal by India, other thing is Heal in India. So India is known for delivering the healthcare across the globe. If at all you go to US and other countries also, our doctors are delivering healthcare there, and they are participating in the healthcare delivery in other countries also. So sometime back, actually, I'm a nephrologist basically. In US, nephrology numbers are more than Indian nephrologist numbers that we have. That shows that the strength of India to produce the qualified and the very good doctors who can serve the world, number one. Number two is actually there is a lot of demand is there for healthcare delivery in across the globe, where the world is looking for India to supply the human resource to deliver the healthcare in their countries also. That is known as Heal by India. So actually the Indian professionals are going outside and delivering healthcare. In that regard, madam, actually in Telangana also, there is one organization known as TomCom, with which we are trying to collaborate with them, where we are trying to produce the good qualified doctors, nurses, and other allied healthcare science professionals who can be actually located in other parts of the world where they can deliver the healthcare. Recently, actually, the German government also came forward. We had a discussion with the health department and the labor department, which is taking the lead, TomCom. So actually, we had a department, a bilateral agreement was done where they're trying to take the good qualified nursing professionals and other healthcare professionals like dialysis technicians, OT technicians to their country to deliver the healthcare. That is one part. The other part, what it is happening is actually to medical value travel for the healthcare in India, that is Heal by India, where India is healing the people across the globe in India. So why people should come to India? The question will be pertinently asked by the other people. Why they should come? So either they'll come because the excellent healthcare is there, number one, good qualified doctors are there, number two, good other healthcare professionals are there who can offer a comprehensive healthcare. That is number two. The other thing is actually the waiting list should be less, where people should be able to access the healthcare. Like if at all somebody wants a joint replacement, somebody wants a CABG surgery, somebody wants an organ transplant. So that should happen very quickly because in their countries they may be having a lot of waiting lists for getting these surgeries done. That is number two. Number three is actually affordability. Some people may not be able to offer the healthcare there. So the people should be able to have a good, affordable healthcare where the cost of the therapy which is being offered here should be competitive in nature. The third thing, once good doctors are there, good healthcare professionals are there, and the cost is affordable, and the healthcare hospitals, as Madam was rightly mentioning, the hospital should be a standard ones. How do we assess the standards is by accreditation, by JC accreditation, and by NABH accreditation. These are the accreditation where the world will look at it. When I come to go to a hostel, or when you go to a hotel, I see the hotel, what star hotel, 1 star, 2 star, 3 star, 5 star, like that. Some grading is being given. So like that, the hospitals are also to be graded, where people coming from outside the country should be able to choose their hospital for their good services which are there offered or not. That is one. The other thing is the other ambiences. Once we are very sure that actually people are coming for good doctors and good hospitals, then they'll see what are the other ambience, whether the people are receptive, like in Telangana, whether people are coming here, language should not be a problem, accommodation should not be a problem, and they should have other ancillary services like hotel and other hospitality services are good. So if at all we are able to provide this ambience as a package, as Madam was rightly mentioning, where healthcare delivery and tourism and hospitality as a package, if at all we are able to deliver and project the India as a brand India as a brand, so that actually from India we can choose the other cities in India, like it can be Hyderabad, it can be other cities where they're able to provide this sort of healthcare to the other nationals. So actually within the country, health tourism is happening. Like in my Nizam Institute of Medical Science also, we get large number of patients coming from other parts of the states, like from Orissa, we are getting patients, AP, we are getting patients, and COVID, especially Hyderabad was well known for management of COVID, where actually people across the country, they came to get good treatment for their disease in Hyderabad. So Hyderabad as a brand in providing healthcare destination is already evident from intra-country tourism which is happening in Hyderabad. Like large number of people are coming to Hyderabad to get a treatment within India from periphery of the states and other states of the country where people are coming and getting treatment in India in Hyderabad. And also apart from that, actually we are also getting large number of patients from the other parts of the world to get good number of treatment. Basically in the uh, fields of transplantation, we are getting patients, and for cardiac surgeries, we are getting patients, and for joint replacement, we're getting patients. So if at all we work together as a department with health and also tourism and other departments to project Hyderabad as a brand destination for good medical value travel, definitely we can go forward. And it is a right perspective, a right combination where all people are together. Industry is here, and the hospitality is here, healthcare people are here, and the administrative leaders also here, where they can decide on the modalities, how can we work on to increase the branding. Only thing we need a branding because we have good quality hospitals, we have good quality doctors, we have good quality other ancillary per services, but only we need a branding so that actually that can be done properly, where the Telangana and Hyderabad can be a global destination for healthcare delivery. And thank you very much for giving this opportunity.
Thank you so much, sir. Next, I would request Mr. Syed Mohammad Ibrahim Akhil, Acting Consul General, Consulate General of Afghanistan, Hyderabad.
Good morning, everyone. Greeting from Afghan Consulate General in Hyderabad. Firstly, I would like to thank so much for inviting me to this event. the Telangana Health conclave in Expo 2023 even is a platform for discussion and sharing the idea with the foreign representative in development of different sectors, such as industry, tourism, medical, and healthcare. So Hyderabad city, I'm myself is from last 4 years, I'm staying in Hyderabad. I have experience from last 4 years. Hyderabad city is not only famous for Tollywood, that is famous for healthcare also. This is very important. From last 4 years, too much experience from another state of India and more facility for healthcare. Myself is knowledge is not healthcare, but healthcare and life is both of going through. For anybody, they needed to something learning from health. And Indian government also, they have working with Afghanistan government. They have one hospital in Afghanistan, is named of the Indira Gandhi Children Hospital. The last year, they supplied 20 tons medicine to send it to Afghanistan, and also training many doctor, Afghan doctor to training, especially in Hyderabad. This is very important for us. Now, the good opportunity for any businessman to invest in Afghanistan in healthcare, because this time in Afghanistan needed in healthcare sector especially from India. Our relation with India long historical. For this event, I thank so much to invite me here, and I introduce myself, and I learning something from you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Nawab Mir Nasir Ali Khan, Honorary Consul of Republic of Kazakhstan in Hyderabad for Telangana and Andhra Pradesh, India.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to thank Geeta for inviting me today to the Telangana Health Conclave and the Expo 2023. I'm Consul General of Kazakhstan in Hyderabad for Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. Kazakhstan is the 9th largest country in the world. We are geopolitically and geographically next to Russia and China. We are a very important country and a location in the current situation. And we get a lot of medical tourists to India, but unfortunately, most of them land in Delhi or Mumbai because of the connectivity. We have a direct flight from Delhi to Kazakhstan. We have 3 flights every day, 2 by a local carrier Air Astana and 1 by Indigo. So the patients prefer to come to Delhi directly because of flight, and they are not too keen to take a transit to Hyderabad. So now we are working with GMR Airport to have a direct flight to Hyderabad from Kazakhstan. So hopefully they will be coming directly to Hyderabad, because Hyderabad we have some of the finest hospitals. We have the Apollo, we have AIG, we have Yashoda, we have KIMS, we have CARE. These are some of the finest hospitals, and they are not very expensive compared to Delhi and Mumbai. They're less expensive, and the other advantages, other infrastructures far better in Telangana. I'm very proud to say that Telangana is one of the finest states in India, youngest and the best state in India, and they have the finest infrastructure. We have the best airport, we have a great outer ring road, we have some of the finest hotels. So we'll be working with DGCA, we work with Government of India to get a direct flight to Hyderabad. And Kazakhstan is a visa-free country for Indians. If you're an Indian passport holder, you can travel to Kazakhstan without the visa. It's no visa for Indians to Kazakhstan. That's why. And we are also talking to Government of India to, since it's a reciprocal thing, we are talking to government to give a visa-free to Kazakh citizens to India. Hopefully, we will have a lot of medical tourists coming into Hyderabad shortly, probably early next year. And we have a lot of medical students in Kazakhstan. We have almost 6,000 students from India, and a lot of them from the Telugu-speaking states. So we have a medical connect with them. The only thing is, like I said, the connectivity. Once the connectivity improves, I'm sure we will have more people coming up. I would be happy to work with the government of Telangana to tourism, and also with Geeta to make sure that we have more people coming into Telangana than to Delhi. And we have issues with Delhi which we'll have not to discuss because of various things. Not too happy with some of the infrastructure in Delhi. It's expensive, and we are not too comfortable. So once we have a flight to Hyderabad, hopefully we will. Being in Hyderabad as a consul general with the consulate in Hyderabad, I'll make sure that most of them come to Hyderabad and not go to any other city. Thank you so much, and it was a pleasure. I know we are very short of time. I don't want to take too much of time. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Next, I would request Dr. Farah Mohammad Guled, Vice Minister of Health, Panchal.
Good morning, everybody. Salam alaikum. And I am very pleased to be here. And also, I will like to thank the Miss Geeta Bandri who invited me to come here. So I came from Somalia, and I just want to say a few words about health tourism in Somalia and India, especially Hyderabad. And Somalia in health tourism has increased last 10 years, especially in Hyderabad. And I hope will be increased, and I'm sure it will increase that health tourism to India, because the health providing in India has also is becoming better and much specialized. But also they have some challenges about the patients that come from Somalia to Hyderabad, especially they came to Hyderabad. Almost, I can say 90% of Somali patients, they come to Hyderabad. And I think the many hospital in Hyderabad know that. So we need to come overcome these challenges, especially how the visa has been given to the patient. It takes time and very expensive also. In that obstacles, if we remove, then I'm sure 100% will increase almost 50% of what's coming now, patient from Somalia to India. And thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Next, I would request Reda Juma Al Saleh, OCCI board member, previous OCCI chairman, Oman.
Chief guest, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Geeta, I would like to, first of all, let me thank you, all of you, for inviting me to be in this gathering and this special expo and conference which is happening here in Hyderabad. Actually, I have a long speech, but I know we are running short of time. I will try to squeeze it and to overcome the important things which we need to be discussed here. There is no doubt about that. The health is a very important aspect, and every country has given attention, and especially in Oman also we give special attention from the beginning of the new alliances which is taken over in 1970. And we have a lot of good hospital and good clinic and more specialized. But there is also we have a foreign investment, and especially Indian investors. They are having some of the hospitals in Oman. So we need, as on today, more investors from India and from other countries. So this is an opportunity to come and to invest in Oman and to see what the opportunities are there. And government of Oman is giving a lot of incentive for those who are really wants to invest in Oman. Second thing which is also important, which I believe today we are gathering here is health tourism. And we, as Oman, as told you, we have a good hospital, but nevertheless we are sending the patients and to other countries. And some of the countries which are very important to us, one of them are India, and we are sending them a lot of patients through government and through private sector. And I believe last year more than 1,000 patients has been came to India to various cities, and they have really got. So that, and I believe we should emphasize on the tourism because we have a very close relation between Oman and India since many decades, and we have very close to each other. The culture is really mixed. The food is almost similar to there, and there are very good doctors are in India, and they can give us a good service. And nevertheless, the price is also our competence to other places where we are going. So we believe that we should emphasize, we should have like this conference, we should have more meetings, whether in India or Oman, to emphasize on health tourism. Finally, I would like to thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Next, I would like to request Dr. Vinay Kumar Reddy, Trade Commissioner, Brazil and Latin American Caribbean countries, Asia Pacific President, on a missionary visit.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Vinay, Trade Commissioner for Brazil and Latin American countries. Especially, I want to thank all the guests and Geeta Garu. I'm honored to be here. You know, healthcare has no boundaries in the world, where geographical boundaries are blurred. Medical tourism is born to grow everywhere, especially, Hyderabad. Hyderabad is particularly why it is positioned to be medical tourism. So it should be a main destination for medical tourism, because it is more cheaper, and air connectivity is more available, and it is very easy to connect throughout the world. Many multinational companies are available here. So, our main goal is to not bring the provide the medical services. We want to create ecosystem. We want to bring the ecosystem together, bring all the people together. Especially patients are coming from Africa and GCC countries. We want to, especially I want to bring patients from Latin American countries. Now, Latin American countries, everyone go to Malaysia and different countries. Now we want to bring all the people to Hyderabad, especially Hyderabad. We want to, we want all doctors come together and let's grow together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Next, I would like to request Dr. Gokul Prem Kumar, Vice President, Medical Group of Hospitals, Nairobi, Kenya.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and Honorable Ma'am, and other dignitaries on the stage, especially His Excellencies from Kazakhstan, and we have from Afghanistan. It's a great honor to be here this morning. And to me, when I say this conclave, it's like a dream unfolding, and it's like a vision unfolding. Why I say this? Because in 2005 and 2006, when I was in Singapore, I was doing my master's program. And as part of that, medical tourism was a part of it. And while I was doing the project, I could see that a lot of patients used to come to Singapore from countries like Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos, to Malaysia some extent, and also a great numbers from Indonesia. And after finishing masters, when I came back to Hyderabad, I saw medical tourism was happening in India, majorly Delhi, Mumbai, Chennai and Bangalore, so on and so forth. So, being the son of the soil, I thought if I could do something for my hometown, I said my dream was to bring Hyderabad on the global map. With that dream, started approaching a couple of corporate hospitals. Few were skeptic, and they said, "How is it possible for people to travel Hyderabad all the way?" Though few people were coming from a couple of countries that time, I'm talking about a decade back, and somehow could convince one of the corporate hospital, and we started the journey from there. And today I see, about at least 25, 30 countries, people, traveling to Hyderabad, and it's a pride moment. Now, MVT is a very happening segment in the healthcare ecosystem. Almost like 14 million patients who travel in and out for the healthcare needs, and India, we get about 7% of this population, getting a revenue of about 9 billion USD. Now we are sitting on a segment of which is more like closer to $100 billion medical value travel, what we are talking about. Africa alone spends about $4 billion year on year, when they send patients either to Dubai, Thailand, Turkey, or India. These are the major players in the MVT segment. And apart from numbers, it's a great satisfaction and gratifying, to see patients when they come. As Gangadhar sir was rightly mentioning, there are long queues and quality of healthcare. Apart from that, when we visit countries like, most of the hospitals when we visit, representing India, certain countries, where they don't have even a CT machine and a MRI machine, which is a basic equipment in terms of having the diagnosis. So when they come, they appreciate and they go back with a renewed energy and with a life back. It's a great satisfaction. Apart from numbers, revenue, and all those things putting aside, that you're adding value and making a meaningful difference in the lives of patients who come trusting us. And trust me, India has a great leadership role in the healthcare segment globally. We have proven that during the time of COVID also by supplying vaccines, and we have added a lot of value in countries like Maldives, in countries like Afghanistan, by supplying ambulances, hospitals. So we are trying to bank on that and provide the excellent healthcare system. We have started this journey, but a long way to go. Few learnings for us also, because nothing is like, perfect and we have arrived kind of thing. If you have to look at our counterparts like Thailand and other countries, where hospitality ranks way above us in terms of taking care of the patient, attendance, basically. Madam was saying, what do these people do when they come with the patient? Unfortunately, healthcare is not measured by, though clinical outcomes definitely matter, but it's not the patient who's going to rank your country and your hospitality, but the attendants who come along with them, because they are the one who are going to experience how the receptionist is dealing with him, how the rest of the people are dealing with them. So I think on those parameters, while others learn the cost optimization from India, what we need to learn is we still need to score a bit on hospitality, especially when we compare to countries like Thailand and other countries. And at the outset, I would like to congratulate Ms. Gita, for this excellent show, and for conducting initiatives like this. While on the national level, we have events like Advantage Healthcare, which is being done year on year, inviting guests from almost like more than 70 countries in hundreds of numbers. And Heal in India is a concept which started by India. And at the local level, I think this is a great initiative, ma'am. Now, congratulations to you. And I would look forward, to host and to be part of many more events like this, where we, try to tell our story, who we are and how good we are in healthcare. And by the way, Hyderabad is known for IT, apart from biryani, of course, IT and healthcare in a big way when we go outside, and you feel very proud of it. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Next, I would request Ms. Young, Vice President, Global Buddha Association, Canada.
Dear distinguished guests, dignitary, and friends, I'm from Canada. I traveled very far today standing here, really appreciate and excited and to be part of this. I'm grateful that Gita and organize this event and give us this opportunity to be together to share. So we live in this world and it's rapidly changing. And there's so much the technology nowadays, the Wi-Fi and the communication, and make the space and the time and the people can be live in a smaller space instead of so vast in this globe. So we can see that people from different countries, when we want to travel in the past, it was very difficult. But nowadays, and when we are sick, still we can go find another solution other than the home country. For example, where I stayed, the Canadian government provide wonderful medical care, but we have to wait for a long time and to be examined, to be treated. Sometimes it could be 6 months, a year. The people with a very critical situation, they don't have this time. So we want to go somewhere that it really can provide a treatment, can heal us. Because that suffering, it is so much, not just in patient, but in the whole family, and it affects the communities as well. So that's why I'm standing here, because I was trying. I see this suffering, and I also was searching for a solution. And the Indian government is amazing. And from a visa application, from the facilities, local government, and all possible way, and making this medical tourism available for the global patients. And I don't know, what to say, and such a joy. Why? There's another reason that for me, I find India is a not amazing place, not because of its rich culture, but it's also because it's a place that calls for us all. And this is a place where Buddha and told us and to be compassionate, okay, and to care for the sick. So for this call, and under the government of Ministry of India, we registered a company. And this company have three missions. The first one, it is a pilgrimage tourism. Because for all the pilgrimage, for all the Buddhists, and then take 7% of the whole world population. And they all need to come here. Our heart is India. So many people want to come, but just because of the many issues, and now we can tell them, please come. We can have a good care, and not in the tourism sector, but also in medical. And we can provide very good medical care for you. And if you have a sickness, we can treat you. And the second, what we work on, it is a medical tourism. Why? Because you cannot really be healthy, and if your mind is not settled. And India is a country and provide that peace, because it's not from a yoga and from Ayurveda. And we receive all this wonderful treatment. It's not only heal your body, but to your mind and your soul. And the third one I want to work on, our company is working on, it is supporting all the business people. Because Buddha is telling us livelihood is important. And we all need to do something wonderful and good. and so we can be happy and healthy, live in a harmonic way. So we are happy to work with anyone, with all of you, with the Gita and with the Dr. Vinay and with the government, so we can create and make this medical tourism to be known to the whole world. And this is my heart, and I'm reaching out to all of you. And I'm also grateful to all of you, especially Ida Madam, to give this opportunity. Sorry, taking so long.
Okay, we have a huge round of applause for all the guest of honors on the stage who has taken their valuable time to address us. One more time, big. Can we have a big clap? And that was so sweet with the concluding talk, Geeta madam. So sweet, and you've given your heart to us. We really thank for all your gestures and valuable inputs here. Now I request that we begin to welcome with flowers and memento for all our guests of honors and chief guests. First, I would request Geeta Garu to please felicitate our chief guest, Sailaja madam. Madam, please step forward. We also request the Vice Chairman, CI Telangana, Dr. Sai D. Prasad Garu, also to step forward and felicitate Madam. Thank you very much. Now I request Shailaja Madam to please express the gratitude and token of appreciation to Shri Sai D. Prasad, Vice Chairman, CI Telangana. Now I request Professor Dr. Gangadhar Tanduri, the Officer on Special Duty to Telangana Chief Minister and Technical Advisor, to please come forward. Geeta ma'am and Sailaja madam, please.
I request Mr. Srinivas Reddy to come on dais to felicitate our guests. Dr. Nawab Mir Ali Khan, sir, please. I would request Ms. Deepthi Gattam to come onto the dais to felicitate. Okay, from Ozone Hospitals, Deepthi Gattam. Dr. Vinay Kumar Reddy Garu. Dr. Vinay Kumar Reddy Garu. President of AHA, Mata Ramesh Garu, please come on to the dais. I would like to call Mr. Abdul Basmat Salim sir to felicitate Reda Jumal sir. I request Dr. Farah to felicitate Reda sir. Dr. Farah. I'm not in line. No, no. Dr. Gokul Prem Kumar Garu. Dr. Farah Muhammad Guler. Lisya. Dr. D. Srinivas Reddy sir will be felicitated by Krishna Chaitanya sir. Dr. Srinivas Reddy, Chairman and Managing Director of Optimus Pharma. Okay, Abdul Basit to felicitate. Dr. Kesh. He's sitting there. He's not on the stage. Down to Muman. Call Abdul Basit. Health Attache, Mumbai. Okay. To felicitate whom? We will felicitate him. Dr. K. Ram will do. Dr. K. Ram. I would like to call Dr. Abdul Basit Salim Saif Albari, Health Attache, Consulate General of Sultanate of Oman. And I would like to call Dr. K.S. Ram to felicitate Dr. Abdul Basit sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. SBI, Omega Hospitals, ASCII, the T Hub, Capstan Services, everyone who has supported us on the day. We also thank our media partners, Medgate, hospital partner, Capstan. We thank Nizams, the event partner, Maverick, and the last moment, which I really wanted to do, but I was clearly told not to do this, but I have to. Because this event is something special and close to my heart because it is being organized and conducted by a woman. Don't you all agree? And we all have to support this. Can we have a huge round of applause for Geeta Garu, the founder? And I request Madam to please felicitate her. please come forward. And this one should be good. I want all the guest honors to come forward. Please go, ma'am, in the front. Welcome her with flowers and token of appreciation. Yeah, everyone can come forward. Thank you very much. And we have a group picture. It's over.
I would also like to request Krishna Chaitanya Garu to felicitate Sai Prasad Garu.
I'm too small to do this felicitation. I request Geeta Garu to do that. Please step forward to felicitate Sai Prasad Garu.
I request Dr. Subodh to felicitate Sai Prasad Garu.
We also request Dr. Gokul Prem Kumar Garu to step forward and do the honors, please. For Sai Prasad Garu. Please come forward. We request Gokul Garu to please step forward and now we request Dr. Gokul Prem Kumar Garu to please step forward and Geeta Garu to felicitate. We also request Dr. Vinay Kumar Garu to do the honors for Dr. Gokul Prem Kumar. Or thoda jana. This is the last, and we are done. Can we have a huge one? Thank you for everyone, and particularly the women on the stage. Madam Sailaja Garu, thank you very much, and Geeta Garu. Thank you. So let's have a high tea. It's a knowledge conclave. Help yourself, network, meet people, greet people, and have your tea down. We have an expo down, so please do visit those stalls. It's a kind request, interact with them.
No, sir. Actually, there is a delegate from the wherein you have to just inform and from so and so, and you have to collect the delegate process. Then you have to come to
Again, do it, huh?
मैडम को बोलना था बादल और भारी बोलते मीटिंग मैडम
आप जैसे ना
ఇక్కడ వీళ్ళు అమ్మాయి 2 కెమెరాలు ఆపరేట్ చేస్తుంది చూసుకోపో బయటకి లేదు ఇక్కడనే వచ్చి అందరూ अरे ये नहीं रखी हाँ పెట్టు 3000 దాంతో అప్పుడు 25 అని క్లాస్ यार 3000 डालता हूँ कि 2000 अरे प्लीज यार मेरे कार का पेट्रोल भी नहीं था आप बोला 3000 फिर कैसे कैसे हम कार में आएगी यार हमें करा फिर हाँ मैक्सिमम टाइम ఏది ఉంటుంది సక్సెస్ఫుల్ అని వచ్చింది కదా నా అప్లికేషన్ ఏ చూడు మరి వచ్చింది కదా రాలేదు ఇంకా పేమెంట్ రాలేదు కింద పెట్టుకోవాలి
their family and the next generation.
हाँ, मैं आज से आ गया नहीं, मैं आया ये भी लिया नहीं।
स्टॉल्स कौन से फ्लोर पे पता है आपको? ग्राउंड।
Just for this campus alone, we have visited probably about Expo, Mahabur. The campus from airport, 15 minutes airport. In traffic. Otherwise, if there is no traffic, you are there in that beauty is organized.
Please inform coordinators, ma'am, so that they can get people up. Second innings. Trust change. No, I have a technique for that also. Not such issue. Next time, some.
Ramu Ramu Gaur.
SBI Wealth offers you exclusive investment products and money management services through open investment platform, wealth savings account, doorstep banking, dedicated relationship manager, and lifestyle benefits and much more. Welcome to SBI Wealth.
We are running on a super delay because all the stalls, all the tea, the snack, the networking vibe was so strong. We request to please settle down, and we're going to begin with do we have Dr. Namrata ji here? Okay, let madam come. So, meanwhile, 2 minutes. Anyone want to introduce yourself? I'll give you the mic. Yeah, let the mic goes to this gentleman, Nehru jacket, Mr. Amanji. Let the mic go to him. Sir, introduce yourself 2 minutes. Sir, please, welcome. Madam, Geeta ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's wonderful to see, yet the entire crowd is not there. But again, thank you, Krishna ji, for giving me the time. My name is Aman Kumar. I am a group head in HCL Technologies. I take care of life sciences projects, wherein my customers are Biogen, Unum, Bristol Myers Squibb, Morphosis. So apart from that, I am also an author. So I've written a book recently, which has been liked, loved by Jayesh Ranjan ji. If everyone knows Jayesh Ranjan, he is the Principal Secretary of Telangana. So the book intends towards bridging the gap between a child and parent. These are the days wherein parents are not able to get time to spend time with children, and children are not having time to spend with parents. So both of them don't have a common purpose. And Jayesh ji said that this book exactly fits into that gap, wherein it gives a common ground for parents and children to read the stories. And at the end of the book, there are like 101 success words that parents are taking those words and teaching their children as ABCDs of life. The way we taught our children in year and a half or 2 years ABCDs of English, these words are helping children learn the ABCDs of real life. And by now, without even any publicity, we have sold around 1,100 copies of the book. Thank you. Thank you for the time. I hope.
Thank you. Thank you
I'm
very
sure
much.
everyone was busy, but again, thank you for giving me the mic.
Thank you. Just few minutes by the time we start, you can have one more acknowledgement. Yeah, the beautiful lady over there in sari. Jyots Nazi, have your minute, just a minute to tell about yourself.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. Hi, everybody. So I'm Jyotsna. At present, I'm taking care of US healthcare from our company. So we deal with US hospitals and clients at US. So we are located in Arizona, Phoenix, and Atlanta.
Thank you, madam. And now let's begin with our next esteemed speaker. And we have been awaited for you, madam. Dr. C.H. Namrataji, the CEO and Medical Director from Omega Hospital, Hyderabad. I request you to be on dais and Geeta madam to welcome her with her flowers. Amazing, right? The host will do everything, backstage and front stage. Mic, please, madam.
Dr. Farah, sir. Dr. Namrata, first panel. Dr. Ravi Basu. And N. Srinivas Rao. Shri Srinivas Rao, sir, will be the moderator. Redajum Al Saleh, sir, is coming. And the panel discussion. I call upon Dr. Vindhya and Dr. Mahati to join the panel. They're coming. Now we are going to discuss about challenges and opportunities for medical tourism in Hyderabad. Dr. Srinivas sir will be taking over. Volunteers. Volunteers.
Hello. Yeah. Okay, so good afternoon, eminent panelists. So maybe what we can do is we'll start with a quick 1 minute introduction by each one of you and then I'll start with a set of questions. So we could go with you, sir, first.
I request Rida sir to join this panel.
Hello.
And Dr. Tom Cherian.
Yeah, we can start. So we'll start with a quick round of 1 minute introductions by each one of the panels because I don't think panel, so the audience will struggle to find out who you are. So yes, 1 minute introduction.
Sure. So I'm Thomas Cheryl. I run South Asian Liver Institute. We are a pure liver center and we look after things from hepatitis all the way up to liver transplantation. My training is from the UK. I spent nearly 18 years in London and we have now done about 320 or 330 liver transplants in Hyderabad.
Thank you, Dr. Cherry.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am Dr. Wing Commander Nagasubramaniam. I am part of Team Vikas. Vikas it stands for Vikrant Criticare Air Ambulance Services. I am with Dr. Ravi Rathod. So we are here to talk about the air ambulance, how it can, help in this medical tourism.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Ravi. I'm a critical care specialist. I'm the MD and CEO for the Vikrant Critical Care Ambulance Services in India.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Swarnalata. I'm a professor and head of the Department of Nephrology, Nizam System Medical Sciences. And I'm also the in charge of the Disease Donor Transplantation Program of Government of Telangana. So I think, in Nizams, as a head, we have done approximately more than 1,500 kidney transplantation over the past 10 to 15 years. And I can say I'm the founder of, the Disease Donor Transplantation Program called Jeevan Dan. And it's my brainchild, and so far we have done around 1,300 disease donations in our state from its inception in 2012, with the organ donation rate being 5.5 per billion population, as against the Indian average of 0.8 per million population. And it is one of the best model in the country, and we have been helping other states also in establish their own disease donor transplantation program. Thank you, and thank you for the organizer for giving me the opportunity.
Well, I think most people know me. Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Srinivas Rao. I'm the CEO of T-Hub, where this event is being held.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Dr. Farah Mohammed. I came from Somalia, Minister of Health. I just have experience of health professional, especially imaging. So we just came to see how health tourism is happening in India, especially Hyderabad.
Hello, hello everybody. I am Rida Jamal Saleh from Sultanate of Oman. I am board member of Oman Chamber of Commerce. I used to be a vice chairman. I used to be a chairman of Oman Chamber. At the same time, I am having a multi-polyclinic specialist, and there are more than 18 doctors are working, and we have about daily 300 patients. I'm working with the Indian hospitals, and we are working as a health tourism. And also there are some doctors are coming from India to Oman, working with our clinic as a visiting doctor. At the same time, we are transferring patients from Oman to India. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Vindhya Vasni, Senior Medical Oncologist with Omega Hospitals. So Omega Hospitals, as you all know, is a leading hospital for cancer care, both in the twin states of AP and Telangana. And we have also forayed into the multi-specialty care, including the critical cardiac, gastro, and several other fields. And we are catering to both the domestic patient population and also international patients. And we aim to increase our footprint across India and the globe with our able and efficient management. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Mahati Priyadarshini. I'm a critical care physician and I'm working with Omega Multi-Specialty Hospitals. As Dr. Vindhya said, we have forayed into multi-specialty also. So we have a state-of-the-art ICU taking care of both oncological emergencies and non-oncological emergencies.
Thank you. Sorry. So what I'm going to do is we have a fairly large panel here, and I think we also have to be mindful of the constraints of time. So I'm going to make a request to the panelists that they keep their answers crisp and precise. I will I'll start with a question and then obviously we can start. So I'll start first with Professor Dr. Tom Cherian first. My first question is in two parts. The first one is about what unique opportunities does Hyderabad offer as a destination for medical tourism? That's the first part. And part B is how can the collaboration between the local healthcare industry and tourism sector be optimized to enhance the medical tourism experience in Hyderabad?
So, for the well-to-do, when I was in London, we used to provide liver transplantation service in a private hospital called Cromwell Hospital. And anybody who is wealthy enough to have a transplant at 350,000 US dollars would come to us and we would do a transplant. The same procedure we are now doing in Hyderabad for 35,000 US dollars. So at a 1/10 of the price and at the same outcomes, which is about a 90% or 87% 1-year survival. That's just one window of what we in Hyderabad can achieve. Another thing about transplantation is that it is not yet widely available. So it brings the availability into an entire spectrum of countries serviced by us as a city. So, for example, if living donors are the way to go, there is no time limit. And these are all diseases that can kill. That waiting is not an option. And therefore, I think if you have a living donor option that allows immediate treatment of a life-threatening problem, that obviously bodes well for the patient. The last thing is your second part of the question was about how healthcare
Collaboration between healthcare
and tourism. So I think the Honorable Secretary of State for Tourism was saying that she is working with the airlines industry and the GMR to create direct flights. Now, this is a very important component of it because as a patient, I can imagine as a non-patient going to an airport, shifting your luggage, going through visas, and then going to another flight makes it very difficult and an expensive proposition. So if I have a direct flight where the patient is met at the airport by the hospital that they are going to visit, it makes it far more easier in their eyes and far more available. So I think these are the things that would happen. But I think it's a chicken and egg situation. No matter what the government wants, the airlines will not fly until their planes are full. So I think once medical tourism happens at a higher level, the planes will become full, and without us asking them, they will say, we are now starting a new service to Hyderabad.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Cherian. What I'd like to do is ask the other panelists, to build on what Dr. Cherian kicked it off with. So if there are any additional points you have in terms of, for example, how can we have tighter collaboration between, between the tourism sector and healthcare, right? Please opine. And again, as I said, request again, keep your answers brief.
So thank you, sir. Thank you for the opportunity. So we are playing a very crucial role in this whole of medical tourism gamut. So we are there to provide air ambulance services. You see, this is the right time. Air ambulance services has been in coming up in India for many years now, but it did not click the way it should have done. But now is the time, because with international patients coming, and also Indians are the, if you know, statistics says that Indians are the best tourists. That means they tour more than the international tourist number, like 6 to 7 trips they make in a year compared to around 4 international standards. So mean to say that this, and then we go to, nowadays we don't go to only earmarked places, we go to exotic locations for tourism. So this is where air ambulance comes into play, not only in helping in case of any emergency which happens to unwanted, unexpected emergency which happens to any one of us when we travel. That is one thing. Second thing is when sick patients, as Dr. Tom Cherian said, coming through a normal airport system and then getting into the, for a normal person itself is so difficult. For patients, it is very difficult more. So their air ambulance can make, the chartered flights of air ambulance can make a difference. Third thing is organ we have an organ, that Telangana head of organ donation program. So there again, air ambulance services makes a big difference, which can connect the hospital, the patient, and the requirement. So we are the people who bring the connectivity to ensure a smooth transfer of patients. And I recently was talking about to one of my friend who is a medical head. He was telling the anxiety of transferring a patient from one ward to another ward itself is very high. Patients get into so much of anxiety. So imagine a patient getting for medical tourism coming from countries from like Somalia, Oman, and other places to come to a place where they don't know anything. How much of anxiety they can go through? That is where because air ambulance services can make a big difference. So I'll come back. If you ask more, I will come back to you. So I don't want to take much of time. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything you'd like to add?
Any critical patients like with the ECMO or IBP, we can ship to any type of patients from any part of the world to India or Hyderabad.
Sure. Ma'am, I'll switch questions. So I'm going to ask you a question in terms of, how do you address, sorry?
Organ transplantation.
Yeah, so I'll get into two questions actually. One is because you're also part of the government, right? So two questions. One is in terms of how do you address this growing demand for IVF and organ transplant? That's one question. And the second question is also in terms of addressing language and cultural differences, right? How can Hyderabad, right, ensure that there's a certain effective communication and cultural sensitivity, right? So two questions.
So as I said, Hyderabad is already #1 in the disease donor transplantation program. So because of various aspects, as I said, we can increase, like there's a lot of scope for disease donor transplantation program or for that matter, live transplantation. there are three pillars I can say. One is the policymakers, the government. The second is the scientific, what do you call, the technical people, the doctors, the surgeons, the medical team. And the third being the public, which will address your second part of the question, because the social and cultural differences are there. So I think there should be proper policies in place, and that makes a lot of difference. And that I think is one of the major, what you call, the step which our government has taken, coming up with a definite clear-cut policies how to run the program in our state of the program. And this has actually the other state has taken something like a advice from our state, and they have started to come up with their own policies. The second, I said, being training of your medical fraternity in terms of organ transplantation, and then the various organs like solid organs, liver, kidney, and heart. So we have Dr. Tom John Charian here. So initially, in the beginning, 10 years before, we were trying to address how we can increase the liver transplantation. To begin with, we had only one or two hospitals they were doing the liver transplantation. Now we have around 30 hospitals in our state who are doing liver transplant. This is because we have increased the expertise by in terms of the providing the training programs or whatever it is. So basically increasing the training of and increasing the on the expert team. The third part, which would address the second, being the awareness among the public. And of course, there are a lot of cultural and religious differences. One of the challenge I find is religious differences. There are a lot of myths. Their religions would not allow them to, for the organ transplantation. But believe me, we have tried to talk to all the religious scholars, and all of them, they said there is nothing like against the organ donation, and we have tried to sensitize them, and through them we are approaching the public and by and large. And the second thing is because it is something related to the educating our own societies. So we have gone into the what do you call, the educational organization, and these things are being put in the textbooks. So if you look at the 10th class biology textbook has one chapter on organ donation. So trying to educate the future generation about the organ transplantation. And of course, we are trying to address addressing the different communities in terms of organ transplantation or associations and organizations. I think there's a huge scope of improving organ transplant. Though we claim to be number one in the country, there is a huge scope further to increase the organ transplantation.
Thank you, Dr. Somnatha. I'll now just turn to our guests from overseas. So I'm going to ask Dr. Farah Mohammed from Somalia. So obviously, Hyderabad is becoming rapidly a destination of choice. But from an external perspective, from the vantage position you are in, right? So what are the pluses you see in Hyderabad? What are the plus points you see in Hyderabad? Second is, are there areas where you think there is scope for improvement so that we can have even more, traffic coming into Hyderabad?
I think the first part of your question is that I seem very positive. Yesterday, I went to the area of Somalia are being many patients in the Hyderabad. The rate of the successful treatment from Hyderabad hospitals are become very high. However, there is another challenge which I mentioned this morning also, is the transportation and visa. This is a very big problem for patients from Somalia because, for example, I'm not patient, but for example, I have to travel from 1 o'clock in the night. And also the airport, the immigration takes time and to access, to go out from the airport to take your taxi, and the waiting of the even visa is very long. And this problem, if this problem solved, then I think the patient health tourism in Somalia will increase. Because last 10 years has been highly increased, especially Hyderabad. And if this obstacle has been removed or has been reduced, I'm sure 100% this will increase highly.
Thank you, Dr. Mohammed. I'll turn to our guest from Oman. So the same question, which is today, I think Hyderabad is rapidly becoming a destination of choice. But from a perspective from where you are from Oman, what do you think are the pluses and what are the areas where there's room for improvement in order to get more traffic coming into Hyderabad.
Thank you very much. That's a fact, Yani. There is with my experience, I see there is a lot of scope of work where we can do together, Oman and India. At present, I feel the movement are not as much as supposed to be, even though we are sending more than 1,000 patients, but the number of them are in Hyderabad and various other places. I believe there should be a more awareness to aware that Omani sector to about all the facilities which we have. I have been here last 2-3 years before, and today also I see there is a big difference, and there is a lot of scope, and we can work together. And also we should select this health tourism company who to be a professional people to take the patient to the right doctor, right places, right hospitals, rather than financial aspect. They make many other things because many of the people, patient from Oman, they are trusting the tourist company who are really taking care of them. Also, I believe there is a lot of things for Omani patients. They want to come. Their language maybe is not good in English, maybe not good in Hindi, and maybe they speak Arabic. So you should have a proper translator who can translate his case to the doctor, because if there's no proper translation, then the treatment may not go to the right direction. Also, as a Omani patient, they very care about to have a Islamic food. There should be a hospital that they can provide about halal product to them, because that is very initial, otherwise they have to go out from the hospital to make sure it's available. Otherwise, I believe that the services, facilities which you in Hyderabad has, there is a very good opportunity, and we can work together, and it can be more successful in future.
Thank you. I think some great points there about language translation, about food, about the visa, and the arrangements when you get down. I think I'm sure our policymakers will take note of it, and also some of the hospitals which are here, I'm sure will, obviously you have this feedback before, I'm sure will take steps. Ma'am, I'm going to come to you, right? And I think in terms of the point which I'm going to pick up on the point which our engineer Saleh spoke about just now. In terms of how do you build, trust, from terms of accreditation and certification, right, to ensure that patients do not feel that they've been, are being taken for granted or being taken for a ride. So could you talk us through how do you think the healthcare system could potentially look at accreditation and certification as a means to reinforce the trust factor?
Yeah, definitely. Accreditation plays a huge part, especially when we look at the international patient population, and they definitely look at the accreditation status of the hospital before they choose it. And the national NABH accreditation and now the JCI accreditation has become a norm, and every hospital strives to be accredited by these institutions to showcase their standards of healthcare delivery. And hospitals regularly strive to achieve or exceed these standards so that they can sustain their promise of delivering a quality healthcare, especially when it comes to not only the domestic patients and also the international patients, whereby these patients, once they see the quality of healthcare provided by our hospitals, they will go back to their home country, and with the positive feedback, we can reinforce more patients coming from these countries. And especially in our hospital also, we have succeeded in getting re-accredited, and we are also striving for the further accreditation of all the labs and our new centers, branches, which we are coming up in several parts of the country.
Thank you. My last panelist, since you're catering to a global patient base, right? How do you ensure high quality healthcare standards can be maintained while catering to this diverse base? Some thoughts.
Okay, thank you for the question, sir. Before that, I would like to just add a point because I'm from critical care background. So the transport that we are having now, the air transport, air ambulances availability, that has opened a lot of scope to transport critically ill patients. So what we are trying to do is create teams which are trained to transport those patients. And if there is an optimization of cost of transport, that will definitely help in saving more lives, because at the end of the day, as Tom Charan sir mentioned, the costing of the treatment comes down dramatically. So even for a patient in liver failure or a cardiac failure needing transplants, if we have proper training and transport systems and optimization of cost of transport, it will definitely help. And coming to the next question about optimization of healthcare. So there are very strict norms in getting the accreditations. So there can be no manipulations. We have to maintain certain standards for certain periods of time to get the accreditations. So how the accreditations help the patients is their insurance eligibility increases because of the accreditation. So that brings down the economical burden on the patient. So they will not be paying much from their pockets, and the insurances can help them out. So to maintain the healthcare standards is very important to continue the accreditations.
Sorry. Dr. Cherian, sorry, I'm going to come back to you and I'm going to ask each one of you to give a 1 minute soundbite on, from a marketing and branding standpoint, right? To make Hyderabad an even more global destination for medical tourism, right? What do you think, if there is 1 or 2 prescriptions you would give on how do you make, what needs to be done from a marketing and, I mean, obviously each individual hospital is doing a bunch of things as a specialist in an area, but from a city and a state perspective, and also obviously we have competition from other metros in India, Chennai and Delhi and so on. But if there is a 2-line prescription you would give on what needs to be done from a marketing and a branding standpoint for Hyderabad, what would it be?
So I think we can change healthcare to help care would be a good tagline. And I think the second thing is ethical treatments. If we enforce world-class, low-cost, ethical treatments, I think that would stand in great support of us, because each one of you would agree, the foreign delegates would agree, that one of the biggest fears that I would have in going as a tourist to Morocco would be, would I be safe? And if that is true for a tourist, somebody who's coming for a life-threatening liver failure, for a liver transplant, would want to know, am I going to get fleeced or am I going to get the right treatment? So I think if we underline, especially us in Hyderabad and South India, we have a reputation for ethical practice. And I think if we highlight that, the kind of things that Dr. Swanlata has done is just selfless, really. I have seen her work 10 years ago in creating Jeevandan, which had no business side to it. And I'm all in awe of her.
Thank you. So I think 2 great points. One is healthcare, and second is emphasize the ethical element sort of thing. Anything you would like to add?
Yes, sir. See, that's what the transfer, the anxiety related to shifting a patient, that has to be taken care at all counts. Whether it is from living from their country or coming to the country, as the principal secretary was telling about the single window system. A single window system which can help and give confidence to the patients coming from foreign lands, that here the safety is, patient safety is our topmost priority. And we have quality people around. So rest assured, if we can give this confidence to them, I think you don't have to do any other marketing activities at all, not required at all. Patient safety first tag will help gain the confidence nationally and internationally.
Thank you. Ma'am, would you like to add to this?
And ma'am, now that it is a panel for the medical tourism and the point of ethics has come up, so I'll just try to take 1 minute extra to say that when you are talking about medical tourism, particularly with respect to organ transplantations, you should also remember organ trafficking, which is much talked about across the countries. So you should be very clear what is organ trafficking and doing it legally.
So particularly we have the international societies like the Declaration of Istanbul, the Transplant Society, the International Society of Nephrology. They have come up with guidelines or the policies which would help the countries, the policymakers, and the scientific group to have a very ethical platform for organ transplantation across the countries. So I think again, as Dr. Tom said, the ethics and the legality is very much important, particularly when talking about the organ, the medical tourism with respect to organ transplantation. That would be my message.
Thank you. I think there's an underlying theme which all of you are echoing. Be responsible, be ethical, and patient first, right? So I think like to just add, if there's any points you would like to add, the two doctors and two delegates from overseas.
So especially because I'm a medical oncologist, from my perspective, most of our patients after the treatment, they require long periods of follow-up with, in regular intervals, once in 3 months at least. So we need to develop a system wherein we can provide them this follow-up care, and they cannot stay back in the country for long. So how do we approach this follow-up care in their home country? Do we need to network with the hospitals there, where they can provide this basic follow-up workup, and then once they need further treatment, they might refer back to our country. And we should also emphasize on our USP of India, like, holistic approach to treatment, including yoga and meditation in our treatment program plan, so that would improve the outcomes, and then the patients might have a better experience when they come to us.
Mr. Chairperson, I just want to add one more point on this, if you permit me, one small point. See, one thing is, as I told, patient safety first and the trust. But at the same time, the patients coming from across the sea, outside from the sea also, should be given a realistic assessment of the disease. They cannot expect a miracle and say that, oh, I came with all the hope and it did not happen. So that the realistic sense of the disease should be understood by the patients, so that they don't get get a wrong notion or get into wrong hands. So we will be treating them ethically. Yes, patient safety first, but outcomes cannot be. It may vary. So that has to be insisted. That has to also come to the consciousness of the people who are coming. So that way it will reduce the anxiety and other things.
I do agree with the doctor what she said, that most of our patients are really facing the post-treatment after the operation, after these things, and they can go back home, and there are so many things taking place, side effect of that operation. And maybe there are not proper place where they have to go. So if there should be a proper arrangement can be done between Indian hospital with Omani hospital. The post-patient, after they leave from here, they can be continuous observation, and that will be much better, I believe. Follow.
Thank you. Dr. Farah, last words.
I agree with most of the doctors and guests are saying. This is a difficult situation where now the health problem is increased. But on the other hand, health also facilities are advanced. So in terms of in faraway Africa to India is challenge, especially patient. So if India government can do something to reduce that challenge, it will be very good.
I think I'm conscious that we shouldn't be eating into your lunch times. So we'll conclude here. I'm sure we'll get an opportunity to network with our eminent panelists over lunch. So thank you very much for a really one last point.
So our ambulance will be accreditation from the URAMI. It is a for international standardization, like the GCI and the NABH. We do it for the hospitals. Our air ambulance will be accreditation from the URAMI.
Sure.
So it will be in the safe hand. Our medical team is expert in critical care management since last 15 years. Work with all the corporate hospitals.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. So thank you all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your insights and perspectives. And we'll now break for the next session.
Yeah, we have something more to come, and thanks a lot, Srinivas Rao Garu, the CEO of G-Hub, for being the moderator for this panel and absolutely driving it in a very knowledgeable way. Huge round of applause. And I just give my last final notes. What is my understanding of it? The 5 A's, the challenges which we failed today in the Indian medical healthcare is all about creating awareness, having the access, absence of human healthcare, which we have to train and nourish this human capital, affordability, and accountability. If these 5 A's are addressed, I'm sure, already have been telling you these figures, last year to this year, 137% budget has been supported, and our target to grow to $12 billion of Indian medical tourism, we will definitely reach it by working on it. So thanking with this, and we should all, I also wanted to acknowledge Shri Mahendra Paul Garu, who is the COO of Malla Reddy. So any one comment? No, can we have the mic to Shri Mahendra?
Good afternoon. I'm Mahendra, Chief of Operations from Mallaradi Narayana. My view, thank you for a lot of insights coming from medical tourism, but it is only related to the patient. But I strongly feel it is more than a patient for the medical tourism. So Hyderabad has grown in such a large way, we should give or take, extend the help in training and development of the doctors outside, especially in the African countries, which we regularly do. And that is one is training and development. And also, we should focus on the tele education, which we have a very strong tele education services in India. There is a separate society. Almost India reports more than 4,000 MRIs and CTs from India to different countries. And most important thing is clinical corridor concept, which our doctors be there and treat patients, primary, secondary care, and for the tertiary, they come here. So I think these are 3-4 points which I would like to add. Thank you so much. Thank you.
I'd like to thank each and everyone who's on the dais who has spoken about the matter of medical tourism. As a student of postgraduate management, hospital management, it gives me a great hope. Tomorrow I have a lot of work to do in this sector. Thank you for each and everyone. I'd like to personally thank Dr. Redha Jumma Ali sir, Dr. Farah Mohammad Gulad, Dr. G. Swarnalata, Professor Tom Cherin, Dr. Mohana Vamsi, Dr. Ravi Basu Rathod, Dr. Sara Osman, as well as Shri M. Srinivas Rao. Thank you each and every Dr. Mahati and Dr. Vindhya as well. Thank you each and everyone for being part of this. We'll sure. Dr. Redha Jumma.
First the moderator and then we start. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Please, can we have a round of huge applause for the moderator? Dr. Redha Jumma. Dr. Farah Mohammed.
Now I request to please do the honors, Geeta ma'am and Dr. Vamsi ji to please come forward and do the honors. Okay. Dr. Mahati ma'am, please step forward for the honors. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Swarnalata ji, thank you very much. It was beautiful insights and talk from your end. Now we request Professor Tom Cheran to please step forward, wherein I request Madam Srinivas Rao Garu to please felicitate them. Now we request Dr. Ravi Basu Rathod to please come forward. And I request all our international dignitaries and the women on the stage to please extend the gratitude. Welcome them with the flowers and shawl felicitate. Yeah. Give one mic to Geeta madam. Geeta ma'am के हाथ में एक mic दीजिए. गीता मैम को माइक दे दीजिए.
इनको वरी है ना
ई मैडम चेयाले. I request Dr. Mahathi ma'am to please come forward and receive the honors.
I request Dr. Swarnalata to felicitate Mahati madam. Shalama. Dr. Vindya. I request Dr. Vindya to step forward. And
I request Srinivas Garu and our dignitaries to please felicitate and welcome Madam.
Thank you.
I request Dr. Farha Mohammad Gulat, please step forward. It's our honor to acknowledge your presence. Geeta Garu, Srinivas Garu, and all dignitaries, please come forward to welcome and honor Dr. Farha Mohammad Gulat, the Vice Minister of Health, Put in Land. Next. Can we have a huge round of applause? 10-15 minutes, we have our lunch, please. And before lunch, we'll have something great to know. Okay. And now, we request our OCI board member, Uman, the engineer Reda Juma Al Salhai. Please welcome with the flowers and thank you for being our panelist. What is everyone is done? Everyone is done? I request Dr. Naga Subramaniam ji to please come forward. And Srinivas ji, so you're so hidden that I could not see. Srinivas Garu, and I'll do the honors. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. And the last 5 minutes, please. I want everyone to hold on. Yes, we understand. We all are hungry. It's 1:30. Next 10 minutes, you're going to have the fantastic time. Thank you, sir. Please be seated for next 10 minutes. And I'll take the privilege to introduce a very young, very vibrant, no, I could see Madam is here now. And to introduce the Namrata Chirugupati from Omega Hospital, having done her MBBS and MD in radiation plus international MBA. Namrata madam is here right with a combination of medical background, especially where Omega Hospital is positioned today as #1 in India. And her international MBA is all about strategizing and executing the top patient care services. And also to throw a little light, some of her initiatives Dr. Namrata has took since as a CFO of Omega Hospital, sorry, COO, Chief Operating Operative, COO, okay. Sorry, ma'am, I'm not a professional anchor. Director IBMR, Business School, Professor. Designing and executing a seamless patient journey for international patients and domestic patients, streamlining the process, taking care of them for the better care. This is what really we need for next Indian medical tourism to grow bigger and bigger. And the stage is yours, ma'am.
So I'd like to say Professor Chaitanya has actually talked quite a lot about me. I'm too young and quite embarrassed to be spoken about so much, but I try. I come across with two main policies. I tell everybody who works for me that firstly, you're not doing any favor to a patient, you're doing service. So that's the first thing I ask everybody in the hospital, from low level staff to the high level staff, to everyone to remember. You're doing service and not any favor. That is what counts in patient care more than anything else. I feel like everybody working in a hospital should remember that basic point. So to start off, Omega Hospitals is a brainchild of Dr. Mohan Vamsi. Started off in 2010. And when we started off with a very unique point. We've actually copied that statement, but the reason why this hospital was started is for the doctors, by the doctors, of the doctors, so that there is no pressure of choosing treatment by depending on other reasons like mostly costs or other reasons. And every doctor has the freedom to treat as per the guidelines, as per their experience, and as per international standards, and no other way. That's the choice we give them. So when we started in 2010, our USP was to combine the best medical technology in terms of machines. We started off as cancer unit, like most people know. So machines, get high-end, better machines, better treatment, along with high-class doctors, well-trained doctors who are very focused on patient care. This was how we started our journey. We started with one hospital, and now we're at 9 hospitals across the country. So we try to treat our patients with firstly care. We do counsel them regularly, give them this thing. And the reason why we branched out is, if you take, for example, a cardiac patient, they come to the higher city for a surgery for 1 week, and then they go back, and for follow-up, they come every week. But if you take the journey of cancer, it's a journey of an year to 2 years sometimes. If you have to get a Herceptin injection, it's 17 months, one injection a month, and before that, surgery, chemo, multiple things. So at this point, a lot of patients would like to get the treatment from the convenience of their hometown. That's the reason we went to tier 2 cities and tried to provide the best of the best care with high-end machines as well as good doctors. This has been our USP, and this has been our reason for expansion. So now, as you have seen, we have multiple accolades as a part of our initiative in patient service. And when we talk about state-of-the-art equipment, we've recently started our Gachibowli unit, which has actually started as a multi-speciality. You can ask, when we're cancer care, why we have ventured into multi-speciality. The reason being, most cancer patients are above 50. They need cardiac support, they need neuro support, they need multiple other things. How do you treat a glioblastoma patient without a neurosurgeon? Plain oncology setup would not support. Like we've seen, Dr. Mahati is here, who's critical care. She has been very instrumental in providing all our cancer patients as well very nice care post-op in the ICU and multiple things. And then sometimes they come with MI. So the reason we've started out as a multi-speciality is to act as a tertiary care center for our own feeding centers and also to provide best of the best care to everybody else. And in the same aspect, we've also combined, in fact, we are one of the only centers, the rarest combination we have in the world. We have AI-powered linear accelerator with variant ethos, along with AI-powered PET MR. So artificial intelligence detects the cancer using PET MR, which is obviously less radiation as compared to PET CT. And then you again use artificial intelligence to treat a patient in ethos machine, which adapts itself on couch. The treatment, what takes a human and a machine in other machines 72 hours to adapt the treatment takes 10 minutes or even less on couch when the patient is being treated. This helps a lot in side effects and effective treatment. So as following our USP of providing technology plus care, this is our recent initiative. And the reason we've multiple branches we provide in multi-speciality, like I said, to support our existing patients more than anything else. Thank you.
Ma'am, would you like to start with the flowers? Just flowers, ma'am. No, one more time. Women, we should keep giving flowers n number of times. I request the promoter of Saints Medicament Pharma. So please step forward. Please do the honors for madam. It's an absolute pleasure to have you here, running a pharma healthcare industry since 40 years. 50. Okay. Dr. Girish Gupta ji. So I've been a motivational speaker with them, and I really enjoyed whenever I keep visiting his plant. Thank you very much. एक बार last हो गया 5 minutes. We are gonna have the lunch. Last 5 minutes, please. एक बार ऊपर ऐसे. Can we do this? Yes. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, next month we are doing an Artificial Intelligence Pharma Summit in G. Pulla Reddy College of Pharmacy. So I'll take the privilege to invite you there. Thank you. And now, the last 5 minutes, boss. This is very important. Because Annadhata Subhigva, this is what, the main sponsor of the day, the backbone behind this knowledge conclave of healthcare, SBI. Who doesn't know? State Bank of India. So we have a panel. So I was requesting them to please come forward and do their presentation. And I also request, because I'm sure if we don't welcome them, आपका presentation होते ही भाग जाएंगे lunch के लिए. So let's welcome you with the flowers. I request Shobhan Kumar Srivastav ji to please come down on the stage. So I've taken it in an order. He is a person who has a lot of money, approvals. First he. Next is Maheshwar Kolleti ji. He is State Bank of India Assistant General Manager. So he also has good money. Next, the SBI Wealth, Bikash Roy, the regional head. Thank you. Geeta ma'am, please welcome them with flowers. Dr. Sanjay ji, the director, one of the co-founder of Geetam, please come down on the stage and welcome our guest. Thank you. So this will be the last one and we head for the lunch. Thank you. Until I check to Can you get the mic?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Shobhan Kumar Srivastav. We are here to talk about what State Bank of India has to offer. To start with, I'll give a brief introduction of our presence. That is, SBI is the largest Indian public sector bank, having almost 1/4 share of the total financial market. And we have more than 22,000 plus branches, some 65,000 plus ATMs. More than that, we are very proud of catering to at least 48 crore customers. This includes the basic roadside vendor to MNCs and even satellite companies. We are here for catering for medical shops to big pharmaceutical companies. We are also offering several products across the board, which includes right from the saving bank accounts to up to the corporate financing. Now, just to give you a brief as to why we have been a sponsor of this event and why we are so much interested in this, is first of all, just to have a snapshot, SBI is currently having and catering to more than 62% of the healthcare industry in Telangana. The percentage is still more impressive when it comes to infrastructure in general across India as well as in the state. Now, that is needless to say is because of the kind of sheer size we have, the kind of finances we are handling. And when it comes to the medical industry, we understand that there are four very basic key areas which the industry is currently focusing on. One being the hospital structure, wherein we are looking for opening of and acquisitions of new hospitals, colleges, care units, which includes the setting up of buildings, acquiring of equipments. Second will be the medical equipment, both the production of medical equipments as well as the trading of equipments. Then technology acquisition, which could be IT infrastructure, e-prescription, telehealth, m-health, clinic documentation, etc. And then the pharma manufacturing, which is basically discovery and development and clinical research, formulations, APIs, bulk drugs. Now this, in all these key concern areas of the medical industry, SBI has created a portfolio of products which can come in handy and cater to the requirements which could be very specific to the industry as well as very specific to a particular customer. This includes project financing, wherein we are providing our products for financing of acquisition of tenable assets such as buildings and machines, or it could be for acquisition of technology, which could be in terms of IT technology as well as research and development. So we have working capital, which is for acquiring of raw material which is required, acquiring of substances, imports, as well as export of the end products we are financing. Vendor financing, see, there are a lot of raw material or API manufacturers across India who are providing those products to other bigger pharmaceutical companies in India. These bigger pharmaceutical companies are already banking with SBI. So what we have thought is that the company which are smaller in size, may be new in terms of their legacy, and may not have the opportunity of getting a big finance as per the requirement. So we give them indirect financing by way of vendor financing, wherein basis the tie-up which we have with the big pharmaceutical companies, we are financing collateral-free loans to the vendors who are providing those raw materials to the bigger pharmaceutical companies. So that is also there. Then again, medical equipment financing is there, wherein we are financing for import of medical equipments as well as the manufacturing units or assembling units which are working in India. We are providing products for that. So looking at this, we can very well say that we are very much keen on looking at the business of the pharmaceutical industry, medical industry, and we have the products which can very well take care of the requirements. And we are very much keen on taking on this business. I'll request my team members to take the discussion ahead.
Yeah, good afternoon. I understand the situation. Everybody will be ready to move away from the hall. Will not take much time. Just now we have discussed about the patients, then the doctors and other things. So where I'm just telling about is the transactions. Maybe it is from the customer perspective, also for the hospital perspective. So we have the relationship manager transaction banking, where he can help you in the transaction, maybe foreign inward remittance, where we have seen, we heard in the morning that the foreign patients also coming to, our team will be supporting you to receive the remittances to the respective hospitals. And also we have a doorstep service to all the doctors and their hospitals. And we have all digital enablers, as you know that all the transactions, if you see, now 98% of the transactions are being done through digital. So we have from QR code to CMP, cash management product. So I will not be telling about the products. The services which we have is, I can say in only one sentence, State Bank of India is the only bank which is having its own payment aggregator. You might have seen across so many cyber crimes, cyber frauds, where people have lost their money, maybe patients or the doctors. So where we are providing the various payment gateways which you can trust. And also you are managing your payments and collections. Running a hospital is one side, other side your payments, your vendors, your collections. This is also very, very big challenge for all of you. So without wasting of your manpower, we will be providing the MIS, and our team will take care from check collection to all your employees requirements. And the employee engagement, many of the hospitals, big corporate hospitals are having their own staff from the starting level to the qualified doctors. So all their requirements will be taken care by our team. And also the forex transactions, as I told you, many of the foreign the patients will be coming to India. They will be having some confusion how to remit the funds. So without any hassle, we can arrange those funds will be remitted to respective hospitals. And we have pre-approved loans for the various hospitals, collateral-free loans, as I already told. And we have offers, so many offers and concessions are there. As there that health is wealth, so both are important. If you choose one thing, it is not. It is for the patient perspective, also the hospital perspective. So managing this is very, very important. So where we coming into, and we have only you might have seen that you only need one app is there for the business, where you can manage your entire gamut of your transaction. For example, if you see that earlier the speaker has told about Omega. So Omega Hospital is having their branches across the city, outside also. So entire their account can be seen in one go, that is through and you manage everything. This is what I wanted to say. These are the services we have. And the starting level from the new setting of hospitals to corporate hospitals, we have all types of products. Just SBI is the financial superstore. We have everything, and we have our own store. The stall is there. We'll be sharing our some brochures and contact details. And wherever whoever is any details from us, we are just one message or a call away. Okay. Thanks. And just last part of our SBI, Mr. The health team will be taking care of. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So I think we are at the right platform. After you take care of your physical health, the next most important is your financial health. To just give you a perspective, in India, you still have today about 30 crore customers have an OTT app or a Swiggy Zomato app, but only 3.5 crore people have invested in mutual fund, and about 6.5, 7 crore invested in stocks. So there are people who have been misled by influencers and directly invested the hard-earned money in stocks, which is resulting a lot of heartburn for them. And second, I think we are, young generation especially, are more interested, on the entertainment part rather than saving part. So as we always say, except for your mother's love, everything costs money, right? So whenever you go to a medical also, there's a huge amount of bills to be paid. So we started SBI Wealth in 2016. The primary objective was how do we bring in a professional advice to a client in terms of his whole journey for investment. This is not a transaction investment. We don't carry any product or brochure. The idea is to meet a customer, understand his complete requirement over a period of time, handhold him to investments, and also to try and see that he's not influenced by market sentiments. So knowledge everybody has today, that's not a concern. I think the tendency to react to any news today is very high, especially with WhatsApp coming in, and technology coming in. People react to certain news which can result in a lot of financial mismanagement for the client. So that's what we want to endeavor. Second, we also realized more or less banking has moved to mobile and laptop. So we also want to compete with the private banks, come to your doorstep and advise you on how to manage your money in a very systematic manner. So that's one of the things we do. So few things we've done with wealth management is, we are present in 203 locations. What happens when it comes to finance, people don't want to talk about in front of anybody else, especially when you go to a branch. Luckily in SBI, we still have a very huge crowded branch. So thanks to all the patronage. But when it comes to money, you want to have a one-on-one discussion. So you have a team of people who are experts, who have only been doing investment advisory for the last 10 years. You meet them in a closed environment. So these branches have an enclosed area. You can meet the person in one-to-one, have a discussion about your goals, and then we advise you how to plan your investment. So please visit our branches, and thank you so much, for choosing to bank with us, and we continue to look forward to serving you. Last slide, I think we have an expo which is coming up in December, 1st to 3rd in High Tech for a property expo. Please visit us. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, SBI. And it's really true. What is really today more important for anything to do? Money. Finance is one of the biggest pillar. And SBI today, with its team, supporting this event and supporting tomorrow for all the Indian medical tourism, Telangana and all that. Absolutely appreciated. Please keep doing this, sir, and support this. Thank you very much. And I request Geeta Garu to please acknowledge with the memento. Flowers, we are done. Yeah. You want one more time? Okay. So let's call up doctor. Doctor.
I call upon Dr. Kalpana.
Dr. Kalpana Garu to please come forward. Once on the stage. Yes.
I call upon Dr. Sara. Please come and.
Jyotsna Garu, please come.
Jyotsna Garu.
Please come. A senior HR professional working in healthcare industry. अभी आपको अच्छा लगेगा. Okay, please now step forward. Okay, for shawl felicitation in international people. Yeah, Jyotsna Garu, please do the honor. Madam, Dr. Sara, please step forward to do the honors for the SBI team. Thank you. Great, amazing. Keep funding the medical industry. इतना भी मत fund कीजिए बाद में हमें कुछ. Yeah, please do that. And we are done. So we can now head for the lunch. It just started. Please grab your plate, enjoy the lunch, and network with the people. And anyone can approach me if you need something. I'll help you with the connect. Thank you. एक बार ताली मार के जाएंगे. Can we do this? जोर से ऊपर हाथ. And stay till 5. After 5:30, you will have the stress capsule. सोचो सारे doctors यहाँ पे dance करेंगे. कितना मजा आएगा. And I do that. That's my expertise. Don't leave till 5:30. Stay tuned. Bye. Thank you. Not now? Okay. We are already very late now. Shall we call them? Sure. So I request Dr. Naeem Siddiqui ji, founder and director Plexus. Oh, sir, please. Shall we do the presentation? And it's a kind request to all the speakers and the panel, because we are running really short of time, to be as crisp you can. Hello. Yeah. Let's change it. Hello, good afternoon. Namaste. Assalamu alaikum. Sat Sri Akal. Dr. Naeem Sadiq, neurologist, neuropsychiatrist, clinical neurophysiologist, and stem cell therapist. I've been practicing for 35 years now. In another 4 or 5 months, I'll be finishing my 36 years. Well, I have been in this field of neurology, treating patients. Patients come with several diseases. They come, you give them a prescription, they take the treatment, go, come back, follow up, repeat the prescription, go, come back. The story goes on and on, on and on. It's a never-ending phenomenon. And you reach a point wherein you feel, what am I doing? The patient is as he was 2 years back, 3 years back. There is the more improvement and all. And what are you doing as a doctor? That's when I started wondering, started looking at That's when I started looking at various other fields, various other things by which I can give relief to these patients. And then I stumbled upon the new innovative technology of stem cell therapy. Did a lot of research, met a lot of people, did a lot of work, and then started Plexus Neuro and Stem Cell Research Center, headquarters at Bangalore, and started my first branch at Hyderabad in Banjara Hills. And ever since I started this, stem cells, those days was not very well known. And, Plexus was a pioneer in this field. Very, very few people knew about stem cells all over the world. And people, especially in India or the Middle East and elsewhere, had to go either to China or to Ukraine and spend huge amounts of money to get this treatment. And yes, proud to announce, proud to say, proud to declare that Plexus was a pioneer in India to bring this technology at a very, very, very affordable price. And in the last so many years, yes, we have crossed hundreds and thousands of patients suffering from various diseases which were hitherto untreatable, where patients had lost hope. And they thought, well, there's nothing can be done. Plexus offered them a life. Plexus offered them a good quality of life. We have had, our footprint has spread across the globe. There's not a single country where, from where we have not had patients. And yes, Plexus has a team of all specialities, doctors, starting from cardiology, endocrinology, pulmonology,
autoimmune diseases, orthopedic, general surgery. I have a team of all the specialists. Plus, I have an entire team of my rehab specialists who take care of all the needs of my neurological patients. What are the kind of diseases which Plexus offers? I thought this is the right time to bring to your attention that these are the diseases. Yes, diseases which were, like I said, had no treatment, where people thought there's no cure for them. Now, being in the field of neurology, I cater to neurological diseases, which are neurodevelopmental disorders, starting from cerebral palsy, HIE, speech delay, sensory processing disorder, hyperactivity. Then we have degenerative disorders such as Parkinson's disease, motor neuron disease, ataxias. Then coming to traumatic disorders such as spinal cord injury or brachial plexus injuries. Yes, besides the neurological disorders, Plexus Stem Cell Center also offers a very promising results in autoimmune disorders such as rheumatoid arthritis, psoriasis, lupus. Then we have other medical conditions such as diabetes, chronic renal disease, interstitial lung disease, liver cirrhosis, and we have started working on cardiac disorders as well. And then the ophthalm such as optic nerve atrophy, hearing loss, and yes, not to miss the orthopedic conditions, osteoarthritis and sports injuries, where we have an amazing results, whether it is an ACL tear or a meniscal injury. Yes, covering all the probable disorders, and these disorders where, the current medical treatment has had no results. We have also embarked upon something which is creating waves nowadays, that is anti-aging. We're working on it, and in the last several years getting amazing results. So, ladies and gentlemen, here at Hyderabad, we have brought this amazing technology where we are offering stem cells to various diseases. But yes, we do not stop at that. The USP of Plexus is that we customize the treatment. We are not treating the disease, we are treating the human with that particular disease. Not only do we offer the stem cells therapy, stem cells injections, now we have various types of injections, various types of stem cells. I don't want to talk about that. Along with that, we also customize the therapy, customize the other parts of the treatment. That is what has brought us top in the rank now, right now in the world when it comes to stem cell therapy. So when the patient reaches the end of the road, when the patient reaches the end of the tunnel, that's where we open the road, we open the doors, we show them a ray of light, a ray of hope, the door which opens into the world of possibilities. That's us, that is Plexus. I just want to quickly run through just quickly run through what I have spoken in the last few minutes. Okay, that's me. So that's our headquarters at Bangalore. And this is our branch at Hyderabad at Banjara Hills. 35 years plus I've been practicing in this field. Yes, we've won more than 70 national and international awards, including I've been featured in Fortune and the Forbes magazine as well. Our global footprint, there's not a single place in the world, take it, be it US, Europe, Canada, Africa, the entire Middle East, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, China, Russia, Afghanistan, Taiwan, you name the country, we have had a patient from there. Well, summary of the diseases which we cater to: neurodevelopmental disorders, that is the sensory disorders, speech delay, HIE, CP, etc., Parkinson's disease, multiple sclerosis, spinocerebellar ataxia, motor neuron disease, stroke, epilepsy, spinal cord injury, brachial plexus injury, then orthopedic conditions, autoimmune conditions, etc. Well, these are the services which are offered at Plexus, where we have physical stem cell therapy, of course, that is a mainstay of my treatment which I offer. Along with that, we also give physical therapy, occupational therapy, cognitive rehab, speech, behavior, early intervention program, sensory integration therapy, and many more. That's a glimpse of Plexus, you know, the rooms, the sensory gym, which is one of its kind in Asia. How do I go back? That's my team. Welcome to the world of possibilities. That's us, Plexus. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It was indeed, we should really know this. Plexus is a brainchild of Dr. Naveen Siddiqui ji, and it's an award-winning and something interesting I was just going through. Would love to share this. Sir has been awarded as a leader of neuro and stem cell therapy in India by Karishma Kapoor. That sounds very high. My favorite heroine actress. The most trusted stem specialist of the year 2018 by Bollywood actor Sunil Shetty ji. ये पूरा Bollywood इधर है. And the leader of neuro and stem cell therapy in India at the Rising Leadership in 2017. इसमें actor का नाम mention नहीं है, but amazing to see all your accolades. Thank you very much for your valuable time. Now I would request. Now I request Dr. Naga Subramaniam ji, the medical administrator and entrepreneur from Bengaluru. Oh, it's you, sir, my friend, since morning. Amazing. Sir has a great smile. Please enjoy this. I'm sure it will give you the best connect. Okay, it's yours. Mike?
No, the light changes. Where? PPT. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. So it's after a sumptuous meal and listening to talks, generally you tend to sleep. But I am not going to let you sleep because it is all about air ambulance. It is about transportation. This conference, which is all about medical tourism. Without transportation, tourism cannot happen. Do you agree or not? Do you agree or not? Yeah, please. So we are from Vikas. Dr. Ravi, you would have seen him on the panel also. So I represent Vikas now. Vikas is nothing but Vikrant Critical Care Air Ambulance Services. It's about the tagline Indian Flying Doctors. Yeah. See, we go on tours, all of us. We may go on tours or something. We travel a lot. This is a dreadful scenario which we may come across. We would have seen in the news or we might experience in live. So this is the kind of situations which happens, and that time we don't know what to do. The patient gets somehow he reaches to the hospital, resuscitated, get into the ICU, then he may be smiling happily with his relatives, or the other one can happen, isn't it? This is the type of thing happens when for any one of us, which we generally don't think when we travel. Let me take you to the global health and emergency scenario. 12,000 lives are lost every day across the globe due to injuries and violence. And out of 4.4 million annual injury-related deaths, 1 in 3 is due to the road traffic accidents. People die due to lack of timely emergency care. And as per WHO, No one should die for the lack of access to emergency care, which is essential part of the universal health coverage. So also chronic diseases, they also leading cause of death, and cardiovascular deaths or by stroke, then ischemic heart disease, all these things, you can see the percentage of mortality and morbidity which happens. And this is what the total global healthcare expenditure in 2012 was $6.5 trillion and is expected to reach 18.28 trillion USD by 2040. So currently let us talk something about Indian tourism industry. It is growing rapidly. It contributes 5.8% of the GDP to the country. It supports 32 million jobs every year on an average. And with this increase in the airports, in the last few years, we could see that a lot of airports have come in, and that has also make sure that the tourism industry develops. By 2030, you will see the tourism industry booming across the country. And let me tell you, Indians, we generally think we don't travel more, but it is a myth. Actually, we travel more on an average 5.6 trips per annum compared to global average of 4.2 trips. And 24% of Indian people undertake at least one domestic vacation every year, whereas the global percentage is only 11%. So on an average, 2 crore Indians travel every year abroad. And apart from that, we get around 4 lakh foreigners visiting India as tourists. And in the post-COVID era, this has increased many folds. So in this background, there are bound to be medical emergencies happening all the time due to complications arising due to chronic lifestyle diseases, impact of different weather zones travel during and the traffic of the lot of vehicles being available. So these are the commonest reasons where you can have a lot of medical emergencies happening. So what are the challenges faced by the travelers? So the travelers will not have adequate knowledge about reaching a safe place for their treatment at the quickest possible time. Imagine you have gone to a exotic location in a near to the hill station, and some emergency happens. How do you reach? How do you reach to the safest place? We don't know. Sometimes the network doesn't. We are all mobile citizens. We are all mobile citizens, and this network, if it is not there, we are immobile citizens. We become immobile. We can't even know where we are. So that's how things happen, and we don't know how to what is the thing. If they don't reach to the correct place for the treatment, the chances of morbidity and morbidity increases manyfold. So let us see what is happening in our aviation sector in India. Aviation industry is the fastest growing industry in India for the last 3 years. Currently the 7th largest aviation market in the world, expected to be the 3rd largest aviation market in the next 10 years. And the sector has a huge economic impact, economic multiplier of 3.1 and economic employment multiplier of 6. And so it can generate a lot of jobs, create facility, all these things can happen. So as per the FDA policy, 100% FDA is permitted now. So Indian aviation sector is growing leaps and bounds in the next few years. So another interesting thing which is happening is, previously for the commercial pilot license, they have to travel abroad. Now that is also happening in India. They don't have to leave the country. Around 8 flying academies are coming up. So this is also increasing the number of pilots and number of people who can fly the aircraft. So it is largely untapped with a huge potential and opportunities, and now getting its due by positive government policies like Udan RCS scheme, which aims to increase the air connectivity by providing economically viable and profitable travel on regional routes. So another thing is, you all would have experienced Digi Yatra services. So charter aircraft, which includes air ambulances, are coming up with increasing need. So this is about the global air ambulance services market. So air ambulance is equipped with all kinds of equipments. It's like a mini mobile ICU. You would have known an ACLS ambulance. It is like it's a little bit more advanced than that, where it can transfer any sick patients from any part safely. So now with the technological advancements and product innovations, it is gaining popularity. See, what happened is, air ambulance services has been available for time immemorial. You would have seen that many years it has happened. But now is the correct time for air ambulance services. Why? Because on one side, the hospitals, now we have been hearing from many hospital heads here since morning that the hospital services, what they provide. So there is a stabilization of services in the hospitals. with multi-specialty and super specialty hospital coming across the cities, major cities in India. All that part has been taken care. They can handle the patient once the patient reaches their doorsteps. But the biggest challenge is the transportation of the patient from the place, wherever it is globally or from any part of the country, to reach the hospital. That is the most important, that is why we have to focus upon now. So with there is many skeptics about these air ambulance services, because we have been hearing, it is not affordable, it is not possible to have successful run an air ambulance services successful. It is so many things, doubts comes into the mind, because the concept has not been understood by even decision makers fully, that what is the significance of it. So especially in Bangalore, the ambulance, not about air ambulance services, about the health. When the famous actor in Bangalore, he died of heart attack, that made a big difference in the perception of the people about the emergency services, the need for critical emergency services. There was one more incident, one of the same, I think one of the Bollywood actors in Bangalore, Sandalwood actor family, one lady went to Thailand or somewhere, and she came back, she could not, she had a heart attack and died. So many incidents are happening like this, where people are slowly, it is getting into the mind of people that when we travel abroad or when we travel, should we not think about medical services, or how do we shift for a critical services? So this is where, and then one more thing about the air ambulance services. Today you heard about the transplant organ donation things. So this is also one of the things air ambulance can come into place. So medical tourism and organ transplant program, India will reach its full potential if there is a good air ambulance services available in the country. As of now, in spite of a crying requirement with a huge population and increasing number of airports, there is no dedicated air ambulance services in the country. When I say dedicated air ambulance services, that means an aircraft is designed specifically for air ambulance, and they are ready to take off at any given time. That is the one good thing. That is the thing which everybody would expect. But the smaller jets which are available, they are normally a transport charter flights which are converted into emergency services, emergency ambulance, air ambulance when there is a need. Okay. So this is the global market size. If it is not done now, if air ambulance services doesn't take off now, then when it is going to take off? So as I told you, because what is the unique strength of Vikas? We have a passionate, qualified and experienced team leader and also a dedicated team. And he has come with, Dr. Ravi, can you just stand up to so audience to see you? So he comes with more than 15 years of experience in intensive care and also especially in air ambulance, transferring patients across the country and across the globe. So there are just for the knowledge of the audience, there are two types of aircraft which can be an air ambulance. One is the jet aircraft and the turboprop rescue engines. So that needs, that rotary wing aircraft, it is unsafe in adverse weather conditions. And it cannot go for a long distance traveling. It can only go for short distances. One disadvantage of this is needs an airstrip to land. Nowadays, you would have heard that the highways which are coming up in India, the big highways, even a fighter jet can land in the roads. That's how the roads are being constructed. So future, we never know what can happen. Even if bigger hospitals, like hospitals are given a helipad on the terrace or airstrips comes nearby, it can the aircraft can land safely near to the hospitals. So because it positions itself as a key player to deliver the services with its professional expertise and having its own dedicated air ambulance, integrated roads ambulance services. These are the two things which we are doing it. That is, a patient, imagine a scenario, three scenarios, one in a remote area, in a hill station, one in a near to the beach. There is an accident happens. One person with a lack of medical help cannot be shifted. The second patient is shifted from that site, accident site, by a regular ambulance. By the time he is taken to a super specialty hospital, it may take 7-8 hours also. And he may have a loss of limb or anything can happen. But you imagine a condition where the patient is picked up from the spot immediately and then taken to the nearest air strip. There an air ambulance is ready and standing, and then from there, patient is taken to a hospital like yours within 3-4 hours from a remote area, which normally would have taken 10 hours to reach or 12 hours they reach. And what will be the patient's outcome? Patient will happily go back within few days. So that is the possibility which can happen. That's what we are trying to make it a reality. So we also have Air Force veterans with good flying experience, supported by the complete team, so that we take care of every aspect of patient transfer. As I told in the morning panel discussion, one important thing is that anxiety of getting shifted from even within the hospital, it is very high for the patients. But here, we are trying to address this at every possible level so that the anxiety is reduced for the patient and their attendants. So we are planning to procure the fixed wing aircraft. Already we are going to get it soon, so that it will be earmarked and dedicated an air ambulance services than a makeshift air ambulance. So why we need to be ready? Are we really? Is it this is not a priority for the government also? Are we really need this air ambulance services? Yes, it is a need. If we are just in the right time to kickstart these services. So with India on the move, there is bound to be road traffic accidents along the length and breadth of the country, and any case of adverse event, fastest transport to higher medical center with stabilization of patients' limb and life and limb is the need of the hour. And integrated air ambulance and road ambulance services will ensure this. Even when there is a medical tourism, when we transfer a patient from abroad, then we can provide very dedicated services for them, so that the transfer can happen smoothly if the sick patients can be transferred. The integrated air ambulance and the road ambulance services. So we all know about BLS ambulance, ACLS ambulance, air ambulance, integrated services by Vikas, wherein we combine air ambulance, ACLS ambulance, and 24/7 command center coordination, so that the en route, if the patient is coming even by road ambulance, if this center, the command center will ensure that we'll find out where is the nearest hospital with the ICU beds available. The patient can be shifted to that hospital also. It is not that we have to shift to correct approach. We should not be searching for a hospital to shift. So that is where this command center will help. So this is an integrated approach in patient transfer. Okay, I'll skip all these things. This is about Vikas. So we want to be recognized as the leading air ambulance service provider across the globe. We want to ensure safe, affordable transfer of sick patients with compassionate care and continuous monitoring from every nook and corner of the globe at the fastest possible time to a safe destination. So our core values are compassion, integrity, passion, safety, and trust. So this is Dr. Ravi, who has been passionate. He has, I had a personal experience which I had to share. 10 years back, I took my parents to Chardham Yatra, and my dad developed high altitude cerebral edema in Badrinath. So shifting him there, and the driver my father's BP was 200/140. We went in a vehicle. We went in a Matador. That is, I think we went in Innova, and the driver had loose motions, and his BP was 60/40. On one side, my dad's BP was this much, and the driver's BP was here. And getting him shifted, stabilizing my dad and this person, and then shifting down to Joshimath, and then to come down to Dehradun. It was like it was so stressful, and tremendous amount of stress I have faced personally. And I shifted my dad 24 hours in an ambulance from Badrinath down to Joshimath, Srinagar. Like that, I have personally experienced shifting a patient, what happens in the case of an emergency. So when I met Ravi, and then we were doing this, then I thought, this is a solution. But unfortunately, we have been trying for many years, but we could see that the response from the community is not that much. But now this is the right time, where I see there is a lot of technology. Now is the time for apps. Technology has developed so much. We can communicate, we can coordinate very well, and then the people are also getting a knowledge about it. So all these things make sure that this is the right time for air ambulance services and successful air ambulance services. So Vikas stands for Vikas, it stands for that, and we are there to provide such services. And I thank the organizers for giving us this wonderful opportunity to showcase whatever our thoughts. As an entrepreneur, there might be so many ifs and buts will be there, but we have been facing the challenges and we are ready to do that, and we will be successful. Thank you so much. Thank you. You have been a wonderful audience. I appreciate all your patient listening. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Sir, आपको तालियां चाहिए या सैल्यूट चाहिए? Because I just came to know he's a wing commander. अरे सैल्यूट करो यार. Thank you. And he is a very rare combination of doctor, soldier, teacher, healthcare administrator, entrepreneur, and social worker. Rolled out last 35 years. And I'm sure this cities, Hyderabad ho, Bangalore ho, Delhi ho, ya Mumbai ho, it is needed. Air traffic. Very good concept, sir. All the best and thank you for your time. And now we have our next esteemed guest, Shri Mahendra Pala, the Chief Operating Officer, COO from Mallareddy Narayana Multi-Specialty Hospital, Hyderabad. Sir, I request you to please. Can you have the hand?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of Mallareddy Narayana Hospitals and Mallareddy Health City, a very warm welcome to you all. Today, at this Telangana Health Conclave, we were talking so much about Hyderabad. I strongly feel that we should, before I start my presentation, a quick brief about what is the market size we should know. Everybody should know what is Hyderabad market size, especially when it comes to the hospital industry. So just for interest of students here, you can make a note. Hyderabad is almost like a 950 plus 1,000 crore healthcare market, where more than 4,000 clinics and 2,000 hospitals, organized hospitals, which are large hospitals, government hospitals, and nursing homes. It's almost little closer to biryani centers. So many biryani centers also there in Hyderabad, but this is the largest market size. And apart from this, there are only 3 clusters where their contribution is quite high, especially the Cyberabad zone. The major contribution of this 950 to 1,000 crore, the major contribution, 30% of the contribution is coming from the Cyberabad zone, where we are sitting now. And apart from that, Banjara Hills and Secunderabad and Central Zone. So why I'm very specifically talking about these zones is East Zone and North Zone, though there are so clinics, but large super specialty, real-time primary care to quaternary care, only one hospital. Yes, I'm proud to announce that Mallareddy Health City is one of the largest hospital and largest health city of North Hyderabad. When I say North Hyderabad, in this region, we cater to primary care to quaternary care. All the medical, our health city is spread across 1,000 acres, 100 acres, and there are 2 medical colleges and 2 dental colleges. And apart from that, I operate around 500 bed super specialty hospital, and there is an attached hospital of 1,200 beds. So just a quick data about Health City. I think I require a hand mic, so that I can move around. Okay. There is a 2,500 plus super specialty teaching hospitals bedded, and out of this, you see, 75% of the students, especially in our medical college and women's college, are girl students. And apart from that, we have almost 12 plus years experience in the teaching side, especially in the medical college side. As I mentioned, this is a comprehensive care what we do at Mallareddy Health City. And the direction giver, he is the person who is the founder, chairman, and also the minister for Telangana government. and supported by Dr. Badra and Dr. Preeti Reddy. Both are critical care specialists from DY Patil, Pune. And this is a core team which manages the entire health city, especially the dental colleges, medical colleges, women's college, oncology centers, and Narayana hospitals. And this is a mission and vision statements. As every organization has their vision and mission statement. It's a statement is very clear: education for all, health for all. And some of the health city group, where under the health city we have Maladi Medical College, Co-ed College, Women's College. We have the Research Center, Dental College for Women's, and Maladi Narayana Hospitals. These other colleges what we have. So apart from this, there is one more center. There's a Maladi University, which is almost like 120 acres, where we have almost 32 engineering colleges. And we are inter-institutional collaborations. We work very closely with a lot of institutions, especially with the BITS, especially with the IIT and all that. And these are the health city facilities. There is complete health city facilities for the students. These are the national accreditations what the Maladi Health City has. And this is a co-ed college where the intake is around 250 students per year, 250 medicos. So per annum, till date, I think last 12 years, we have really, I think, developed more than 3,000 doctors coming to Telangana state. From there, I don't know where they have moved, but almost 3,000 doctors we have developed. This is Maladi Hospital, which is a 1,200-bed hospital in the same campus. This is a super specialty hospital, what I am talking about, and I manage this hospital as a chief of operations here. And we offer almost 19 different courses, undergraduate and postgraduate, both for women's and the co-ed medical college. So actually, I have one of my colleague who is a research director, Dr. Kranti. We have 3 slides on this research and research foundation. I request Dr. Kranti, if you can quickly just brief us on this.
Very good afternoon to one and all the distinguished guests who have come over here. It gives me immense pleasure to speak on behalf of our esteemed group of institutions, namely Malaredi Group of Institutions. So as our CEO Mahindra Pala has just mentioned, that we are spread across the northern part of Hyderabad, spanning across 100-acre campus. We are one such exclusive healthcare institution in the entire country, where we have 2 medical colleges and 2 dental colleges located within the same campus, catering to almost 500 medicos and 200 dental college students, along with the nursing school as well. So apart from the medical colleges and dental colleges, we also do offer engineering programs, nursing program, and emerging technology courses spread across multiple disciplines. So coming to my role as a director for research at the Health City, so we work under 3 verticals, which include Malaredi Foundation for Research and Innovations, which basically helps startups to validate their clinical program or clinical immersion programs, and then help the startups to do some kind of clinical validation studies, where we closely work with the T-Hub as well, T-Hub, IIIT, and other incubation centers spread across Hyderabad. So the other vertical what we spread across is the Malaredi Clinical Research Unit, where we do clinical trials spread across various therapeutic domains. And apart from this, we also collaborate with various national and international agencies to do collaborative, transdisciplinary, interdisciplinary, and translational research, where we tie up with the Institute of National Importance, as well as closely work with DST, ICMR, BIRAC, and other related allied programs. Yeah, these are the various committees under which we offer or we execute our programs. And this is the research ecosystem what we follow. So while going all through this program today on innovation, through this particular initiative, Telangana Healthcare Conclave, I was wondering how would we collaborate and who we associate with this. So the ultimate crux of this is to offer
patient-related services at an affordable, equitable, inclusive, and healthcare cost. So that we thought we are the one such healthcare institution in the northern part of Hyderabad where we offer completely true, free, affordable services to all the patients who are coming to our forefront. So I think in this way, I think we are epitomized in affording quality healthcare services to all. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity.
Thank you. So I was just talking about, apart from the health city, I was talking about Narayana hospitals, which was earlier Narayan Hrudayahalaya. In 2016, the Mullareddy the minister has taken over, and now it's named as Mullareddy Narayana Hospitals, and again, which is the largest hospital of North Hyderabad. So, as I said, the most accessible and it's the most affordable healthcare in that part of the region. And this is an exclusive oncology center which is attached to our hospital. There is exclusive oncology center with a comprehensive oncology care. And apart from this, we have acquired a complete cancer on wheels bus, which we do almost the lot of screening programs. Till date, we have screened almost 18,000 people across 2 states. There are some of the numbers, and just for the people who are there from the private large corporate hospitals, just for their information, we do almost 110 cardiac surgeries per month, which is the 5th largest in Hyderabad. These are some of the centers of excellence what we have. So last year, Economic Times has awarded as a prominent health city, and apart from that, it's one of the best multi-specialty hospital and largest hospital of North Hyderabad. So very specifically, I'm talking about North Hyderabad because this part of the region is totally cluttered, and I think too many hospitals have come this part of Hyderabad. I think the focus going forward should be on the North Hyderabad as the population explode like anything. Thank you so much for patient listening. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mahendra ji. Amazing. Whenever we see Mallareddy, students, what is that you remind of? Yes, that's how you should get inspiration. Yeah, that's the other side. And really happy that you all are with it and build such big education in Hyderabad. Can we have a huge round of applause? Just to brief, Mahendra ji is a healthcare operation and business development marketing specialist with an experience over 20 years. He is creative and his operations background in marketing and sale is delivering consistent strategies and his skills are amazing. He has been selected for a specialized course at Harvard Business and has been awarded as a star alumnus at Symbiosis Institute of Management Science. Thank you, sir. It's really great that you are one of the speaker. And we should also talk a few words about the director Garu, Professor Dr. Kranti Kiran Reddy Ella, who is associated as a director for research and international affairs, Mallareddy. In last 15 years, he has acquired several years of experience in the field of oral and maxillofacial pathology. His research area mainly focuses on localized drug delivery and his role in improving the quality of healthcare. He also serves as a clinical research director with focus on developing and conducting various new vaccine studies. So thank you very much and huge round of applause for Professor Dr. Kranti Kiran Reddy as well. ऐसे और थोड़ा जाना यार, ताली. See, you keep clapping, the blood keep flowing in the body and you don't get the sleep post-lunch. Huh? Good, good. So shall we have the last 3 speakers? Let us acknowledge them with a small token of appreciation. And I request, ma'am, I'm a professor, I have a memory loss, that is the problem. Who is the first person, madam? Really? I need the sequence. Who is the first? Okay. So I request Dr. Ma'am, first. Dr. Naeem ji, Siddiqui ji, sir. It was amazing talk and really happy to see on Wikipedia. Later I was doing my research. Ek baar yaar, whenever the guest is walking, haath aapka bajna chahiye. Come on, let's do that. And I request Geeta ji, and also I request the Care HCOO, Sunit Agarwal ji. So please step forward, for the honors to do for Dr. Naeem ji. Yes. So on a very sudden notice, Sunit Agarwal ji, the Chief Operating Officer for Care Hospital, who has 23 years experience, has been with us. Thank you very much. Sir has been associated with Kotak Bank, HDFC Life, hospitals during his career. His last assignment were hospital in Gurgaon and as a facility operator. Spirituality is one of his another interest. Thank you very much to be here, sir. We're gonna disturb you one more time on the dais, please. And now let's felicitate, Director Dr. Kiran Reddy, Professor Dr. Kranti Kiran Reddy Garu. So I request Geeta Garu and Professor C.H. Sanjay Garu to step forward to do the honors. Next one. Thank you. Are Talia, yaar? Okay. Now we request to do the honors for Shri Mahendra ji, the COO Malareddy, and I request the AHA President, Dr. Mata Ramesh Karu, to please come on to the dais. Thank you, sir. Claps. Can we have claps? More claps? Right. We have one more, right? Ma'am, who's next? Who's next? Who's next? Next. Who's next? I don't know who's next. We are done with all the speakers. Yeah. How can we miss the air ambulance? Where is Dr. Naga Subramanian Garu? Where he is? Okay. So he's flying, rightly said. So we have the honors later. So can we begin with the panel discussion, madam? So let's request Professor B. Ranga Reddy Burigaru, the President, Infection Control Academy of India and Honorary Professor, University of Hyderabad. So please be on. Thank you. Request Geeta ma'am to welcome with the flowers. Sridevi ma'am, please come forward. Please, the Corporate Relation for Care, thank you very much for helping me with such great speakers and giving the knowledge to this enclave. Please be on the stage. No problem. And now we request our second panel member, Shri K.T. Devanand, Regional CEO, Aster DM Healthcare, Telangana and IP Cluster. So thank you. I request we should have more empowered women to come on the stage. Rohini Naidu Garu. Can we have Rohini Naidu Garu on the stage? Okay. And now we welcome Shri Saurabh Gupta, the Regional COO of KIMS Sunshine Hospital. Jyotsna Garu, please step forward to welcome sir. Shri Prabhan Bhardan, the CEO and Vice Chairman, Cure Tech Solution Private Limited and Care for You Healthcare Solution Private Limited, Telangana and Odisha. Welcome, sir, on the dais. We request to welcome sir with the flowers. Jyotsna ma'am, take the honors forward. Okay, one more. Now we request Dr. Naeem Saddiqui ji, the founder and director, Plexus, one more time on the dais. We request Shri Palyapan Narayan, the co-founder and COO of Mokariko Health Solutions, Tamil Nadu. It's Mosaro, yeah. Request Rohini Naidu madam to please step forward and help with the felicitation. Now I request Dr. Shubodh Kandamudhan, the Professor and Director of Kakarla Subbarao Center of Healthcare Management, Hyderabad. So please step forward. Ma'am, do the honors. I introduce Rohini Naidu Garu, the founder of The Girl Foundation, a trainer and a motivator, having worked with hospitals like Star and many other organizations. Who is the moderator? Moderator? It's okay, moderator. One more time. Who is left out? Who is left out? Who is left out? Saurabh please step forward. We have just some shawl felicitation for you. Sir, Chapali. Where is it? Sir, I request Mahesh Garu to step forward. And for this, I would request a couple of minutes of presence for Dr. Naveen Chandaji, the Medical Superintendent of Care Hospital, who has worked over 16 years with experience in healthcare and handling clinical roles, experienced in cardiac surgeries for 11 years in various organizations, associated with Yashoda, Star, Medicity, Rinchi, Care during his term. So I request sir to have the honors to be done. Mahesh Garu, please step forward. In the center, please. Go in the center of the stage. Who is left out? Is Ranga Reddy is done?
Now I request Dr. Subodh to take it forward as a moderator for this panel. The changing scenarios of healthcare in Telangana and India.
Thank you, Ms. Geeta. Good evening, everybody. All of you are, it's audible in the end? Yes. So friends, I think it's a very important panel which we are going to have. It's on the changing scenario of healthcare in Telangana and India. And we have heard a lot about medical tourism, but in this panel, we'll be talking a little more about different facets of healthcare. And I have a fantastic panel here, an expert panel, multidisciplinary, which I'm sure I think will all be very beneficial. I would briefly introduce, because most of you are personal friends, I think whom I know very well, extremely this.
Dr. B. Rangareddy Buri, President, Infection Control Academy of India and Honorary Professor of University of Hyderabad. And this week, we are celebrating the Antimicrobial Resistance Week all over the world. And no best person in the country to speak about that, about One Health and antimicrobial resistance, is an expert in public health. So welcome, Dr. Reddy. I now welcome Dr. K.G. Devanand, Regional CEO, Asset DM Healthcare of Telangana and AP. Again, a personal friend, worked from the ground to a lot of leadership things, and has been working a lot of work on the leadership in the healthcare sector. I also now welcome Sri Saurabh Gupta, Regional CEO of Kim Sunshine Hospital in Hyderabad. Again, an eminent administrator with multiple experience across different healthcare facilities. Welcome, sir. I now welcome Sri Prabin Vardhanji, CEO and Vice Chairman, CureTech Solutions Private Limited, Care for Use Healthcare Solutions, Telangana and Odisha. Prabinji has also been working on boosting healthcare and also on the digital health. We already met Dr. Naeem Siddiqui from the founder and director of Plexus. So welcome you, sir. I also have the pleasure of welcoming Sri Palniyappan Narayanan, founder and CEO of Mosero Healthcare Solutions from Tamil Nadu. We'll be talking a lot about the digital health. So with these eminent experts, I would like to just briefly touch upon a couple of points before I open up the discussion. So friends, I think post-COVID, everybody knows that healthcare has become very, very important. Many of you talked about the budget allocations. We now have the PMJY scheme, the ABDM scheme. We now have a lot of things at the different tiers of system, whether it's a primary care, tertiary care, or in the secondary care, how things have improved. The technology has made an important role. The quality has become an important role. Number of facilities being coming up. I think there's been a lot of references. So healthcare is completely transformed. I think when we were looking at healthcare 10 years back and coming to now, things have really changed, and it's a positive change. Now we are all talking about quality and affordable care, ethical care. So I think in this context is where we have to bring in multiple areas where we have for discussion. So today I'm going to start with the public health, because the health system strengthening and the resilience is extremely important. That's what actually came up post-COVID, which said that states with better healthcare systems could handle the crisis much better. So I would like to start our panel discussion with Dr. Rangareddy, who will talk about the challenges or the situation in Telangana from a public health point of view. And over to you, sir. I would request all panelists to talk for 4 to 5 minutes and move.
A very good afternoon to all of you, and congratulations to the team which has put together such a wonderful program in order to raise the awareness about Telangana and about Hyderabad and its infrastructure and the kind of facility and also the service Hyderabad can provide to the world. It is wonderful, and thank you, Dr. Subodh, for that fabulous introduction. Now coming to the point, in last 10 years, I think the kind of explosive kind of, and both in terms of quantity and quality, the services have improved all over India, and especially in Telangana, is something which cannot be a miss to anybody, because it is evident, it is visible that how the infrastructure, the number of beds, and those beds which are already existing, how they are transformed into high-tech beds. I think that is visible before our eyes. And as Dr. Subodh has rightly said, post-COVID, I think two topics which have come to the world into the fore are the access and the equity, health access and health equity. I think when we talk about health access, although COVID has done a lot of destructive kind of things actually in our personal lives, societal lives, and also in economy and other fields, but one silver lining which has brought is it has got the attention of the leaders in order to improve the access and equity to the healthcare, and which really has resulted in the kind of improvements what we see both in the public and also in the private sector. Of course, there is also another element in the healthcare, which is civil society organizations or the trust organizations who also have ramped up their services, in last 10 years, especially during the COVID and aftermath of the COVID. Just to give a few statistics, if you look at the number of super specialty hospitals within the government itself have phenomenally gone up. One example is, just a few kilometers from here, you have something called as a TIMS, which has come up during the COVID, and it is going to be one of the 4 pillars of the Hyderabad city in the government sector. Prior to the COVID-19, we would not have imagined that kind of investment to be made by the government into the public infrastructure. And again, if you go this side, again, NIMS is the hospital in the government sector, which has now phenomenally gone up in terms of number of beds and also number of services which are being provided. Now 2,000 plus beds. Could anybody imagine actually pre-COVID that, government in a super specialty hospital would have so many beds and so many specialties? Probably it would not have been possible. The same thing, now 4 more specialty hospitals are coming across the Hyderabad, which are going to be multi-speciality with the new approach. When I say new approach, it is having the quality standards which are pegged to the international standards. Maybe, the government sector does not have today JCI or NABH accreditation, but none of these hospitals are less than the NABH level accreditable kind of hospitals. That is the story in terms of the tertiary care. But equally good things are happening in primary and secondary care also in the public sector, which is visible, and number of patients, who are now, using the services within the public sector have phenomenally gone up. Some statistics say that, the number of patients who are availing the government services today in Telangana has gone up by 300%. That is what actually are the statistics are. It is predominantly because of a lot of investments which are going into not only the OP, IP, but also into the lab and other things, which had to come along with the hospital. Earlier, the lab services were poor. That means even if you go to the government hospital, your lab and the diagnostic services had to be availed outside. But today it is not the case. You have got T-diagnostics, which has come up and expanded the scope of that. And again, the number of medicines which are available in the government sector has gone up. And number of surgeries which are being done are going up. That is the public sector. In the private sector, equally great things are happening and taking actually healthcare to the 22nd century level. I am not talking about 21st century, because today, within the vicinity of about 5 kilometers from here, you have got the world-class private hospitals which are having something like 1,000 beds, 2,000 beds, etc., etc. In one side, you see IAIG, Continental, Yashoda, Apollo. Everybody is coming with the world-class infrastructure, which is on par or even better than the best of the world-class hospitals in North America and Europe. So that makes actually Hyderabad and Telangana a promising destination and probably preferred destination for many of the patients from all over the world. That is what I keep hearing, whenever I travel to either Africa or Middle East or to Europe, I keep actually getting the queries saying that, how is Hyderabad? We hear great things, how to go about it. It is not about, when to come. It is not whether to come or not. It is when to come, which month would be better in order to get there and get the support. I think I will stop here. I think from the public health front, Telangana has made the strides. I think, the kind of momentum which has been started, I think it is going to be built up further. I think Telangana is going to be the directional force in terms of healthcare for not only India, but all South, so-called global South countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Reddy, for setting that context. Now I go to Sri Devananji, and I would like to specifically request him to talk about the number of super specialty hospitals and medical colleges which has come up. I think every district in Telangana now has a medical college. So how do you see that,
the important splurge in the super specialty hospitals.
Thank you, Professor Subodh. Yeah, good afternoon. So first of all, I want to start from where Professor has stopped. Equity, in sense, I just want to ask the audience, how many of you feel, you have to go out of Hyderabad to get a healthcare now? To get a quality healthcare, how many of you feel you have to go outside of Hyderabad? Please raise your hands. Zero. That's the power. That's the power of the healthcare industry of Hyderabad, or the hospital industry of Hyderabad, that has come in with the able support of the government here. When we talk specifically about the medical colleges and the super specialty hospitals, I think the state has gained a rapid momentum in establishing it. Every district has a medical college. But what are the benefits of it? Why we say that, okay, this many hospitals are required? When we see it on a broader level, when we look at the mushrooming of the colleges, both private as well as government, and also the super specialty hospitals, what is in it for the public? First thing is the accessibility. That's what Professor was also mentioning. The accessibility in terms of a medical college when it starts. Obviously, every medical college requires, in medical college terms, it is called clinical material. But this is nothing but the patients. So they need patients to teach the future doctors. Obviously, the treatment is given at a very, very affordable cost, and most of the treatments are taught to the future doctors. So that way, the accessibility, like my friend Mr. Mahendra was saying, their college also, they have 2 colleges. So they teach so many students by providing affordable, accessible treatment to the public. So that way, the public is really benefited out of the medical colleges that come in, which supports the common man in a very bigger way. While in terms of a super specialty hospital, nobody raised your hands when the first question was posed. That is the answer. You don't have to go out of Hyderabad now to get any world-class treatment. We have fantastic hospitals here, set up by the visionary leaders here, and the healthcare leaders I'm talking about. So they've set up such a wonderful facilities here so that no one has to go out of Hyderabad. 10 years back, if you look at it, that things were slightly different. Second thing, in terms of healthcare, I think our other colleagues will be talking more about that in terms of technology. In terms of technology, equipments, we have gone miles. At one time, sorry, I think my friend Mr. Narayanan is there. He's from Chennai. Chennai was considered as a hub of healthcare. Hyderabad will soon, this is my personal prediction, will soon beat Chennai, sir. Sorry to say that. In terms of becoming the healthcare hub of India. So that way we have gone so high and broadened our horizons. In terms of technology also, you see a lot of the latest hospitals, like, the new facilities that are set up, they're all world class in terms of technology, in terms of equipping. So in terms of technology, we are also, getting geared up in the healthcare side of it. Third important thing is in education. When you look at education side of it, one side I told you in terms of patients, they get the benefit by getting accessible care. But in terms of education, there is revolutionary changes that happening in the NMC side. The National Medical Commission, I used to manage a medical college for my group in Wayanad, where luckily Professor Subodh's father was one of my senior faculty there. He was a senior biostatistician working with our college. So we used to have a different kind of assessments for the colleges. You would have also read in newspapers, right? The kind of assessment is done in a different way altogether. Now things are changing. They are making it more digital. The entire faculty attendance is captured digitally every day, 2 times. It is directly going to the NMC site. The patient portal will soon get uploaded to the NMC portal. So there is no need of any assessment at a later stage. So more or less, you see that the digital path has been taken. The syllabus, which was a very old syllabus of MBBS curriculum or the UG curriculum, is completely undergoing transformation and getting into a new phase of education in India. So which will definitely benefit our state also in terms of the revolutionary changes that's happening in the medical education side. Not only that, we are also getting a lot of skilled manpower in terms of the addition of MBBS, UG and PG seats, and including the DNB seats. So there are multiple changes that's happening that side in terms of the education side. The another thing is the economic side. When a hospital starts, so much of employment is created, right? We see only the doctors, nurses and all, but there are a lot of other people who are also part of the hospital, like including a security team, a housekeeping team, canteen. You look at the wide spectrum of, people are covered. So much of employment, so much of growth. That area completely gets a development. So economic development is another major thing which has been brought by the super specialty hospitals or the medical colleges in this place. And also the government initiatives, like you said, every district has a medical college. Now government also is pushing really well into that area. And finally, I would say that a lot of these hospitals also have a charitable angle to it. A lot of people do a lot of CSR, community engagement programs. You see every hospital coming with an awareness program. So much of awareness is built in, and so much of activities happen related to health days, health awareness, training programs, and a lot of such things are happening, which will definitely benefit the society, the public health at a large. Yeah, but I would also want to like to end with a little bit of sarcasm because of the the increase in number of colleges or the super specialty hospital. There is obviously there is a risk of or there is a certain challenge that we are also facing in terms of, say, unhealthy competition in the market. That's something which is coming up very rapidly. Quality of medical education has gone a bit down because it has become more of a commodity. It has become more of, education has become more of a kind of business. So it is a negative side of it. I'm not saying every college, but yes, there are certain people who are focusing on that. And third is the financial viability. Too many such facilities come in. It is, really blocking the growth of the small scale hospitals or nursing homes in the state. So we have to cater to them also. They also cater to a large chunk of the primary and secondary care, which also gets affected. So while there are broad level positive, the support system that is coming through the increase in number of medical colleges and hospital, but these are few challenges that also we have to look at it. I think I'll stop it here. We would like to hear from others. Thank you.
Thank you, Shri Devanand. Excellent inputs. A round of applause, I think, to the speaker. I think I really like the medical education angle. I think we talk a lot about the treatment, but I think the medical education angle, how the changing phase. There's a lot of questions being raised about post-COVID. Are our medical curriculum itself adapted to all these situations? But I would like to go to another important area. I think from the morning we have been hearing as Hyderabad as the most affordable city for medical treatments and procedures. I think we have newer hospitals coming, newer specialties coming, newer technology coming, newer equipments coming. And Saurabh has actually handled multiple, centers as part of his hospital chain. I would like to hear from you about that.
Thank you, Dr. Subodh. First of all, thank you, the organizing committee, for inviting me. Two confessions. So I'm a non-Hyderabadi, but pitching for Hyderabad. So I've been in Hyderabad for almost 2 years now. But if somebody, and I have actually lived across Gurgaon. My houses are in Gurgaon, Bangalore, Bombay. I've been to Chennai, Kolkata I have worked. But if somebody asks me which is the next medical hub, which is the next big thing, it's Hyderabad. And believe me, that's true. That's one. The other thing is, I would like to actually touch upon a different perspective because being a healthcare hub, being an affordable city doesn't just mean having hospital beds. It is much beyond that. So whenever we talk about healthcare, the access to healthcare is controlled by three things. One is affordability, whether the population can pay, either through by their own means or by insurance or any other government schemes. The second thing is connectivity, how well the city is connected for periphery, for people to travel. And the third thing, of course, the availability of the medical services, not only the medical beds, it is also to do with the manpower. It is the availability of the other services, as Mr. Devan was talking about. Now, why Hyderabad? I'll come to the affordable thing, but why Hyderabad is poised to be the next medical tourism hub or the healthcare hub. First of all, Hyderabad is an economic powerhouse, and I have some data with me, so I'll talk about data. Data is the new big oil. So, Hyderabad boasts of the fourth busiest airport in India now,
with direct flight connectivity to over 20 international destinations, which is ever growing now. It's already surpassed cities like Kolkata, and it is now fourth. It is actually competing with Bangalore for the third spot. Now, it is also one of the top 3 cities in India with the highest GDP. And as far as Telangana is concerned, it is now the state among the 2 states with highest GDP. You have very high purchasing power. Now, I was going through a report which says that despite the cost of living, which is 6th in Hyderabad, the purchasing parity is almost as good as Delhi and Noida. So this also reflects on the cost of the hospital services because the cost of living is low and people can go for a quality life at a much lower, compensation. By the way, this is interesting that 40%, this is a recent survey, 40% of the population in Hyderabad can actually afford premium healthcare by choice. So you have already a market for premium healthcare. Now, when we talk about affordability, Hyderabad market rates are actually 18 to 20% lower than entire India. So we were talking about medical tourism. People talk about 1/10 rates, but the Hyderabad rates are even lower than what we have in Delhi. We just need to propagate this because this has not been propagated properly. And as I said, that the quality of manpower is available. Hyderabad is one of the top 3 Indian cities with the highest penetration of nursing colleges. We have 91 nursing colleges. Only Delhi and one more city, I don't remember, has more than 91 colleges. Yeah, Lucknow probably. Good to know. I was actually heading Medanta Lucknow, but I never knew that. Thanks for telling. So, that is the quality of manpower availability. You have more than 8,000 MBBS seats, more than 2,500 PG seats. So the availability of manpower is there, and also the type of medical procedures we are doing. So when we talk about liver transplants and other things, there are 26 hospitals only in Hyderabad which do liver transplants, and the volume, it's the highest in India. We are doing almost 135 on an average liver transplants per month, which is huge. And this is not only about liver transplant. There are cutting edge things. Impella are happening and other things are happening. Towers and all are, very run of the mill things. So what happens is when you talk about liver transplants and other such high end procedures, there are very few training institutes. What happens is on the training is the thing. And when you have such competitive industries, such hospitals, you actually have very good manpower at competitive rates. So that paramedic availability is there. And the third thing is the ecosystem. The entire ecosystem has come up. So in fact, it was a pleasure to read that Telangana has the lowest out-of-patient expenditure in entire India, which is around 41%, which is commendable what the government has been able to do. They spend 40% of the budget. If you see the split in Telangana, 40% of the government budget, the healthcare budget is from government, and that's why there are schemes like Kanti Velu, which is one of the largest, vision schemes. Yeah, 12,000 crores, right. So these schemes have been fairly successful, and it has created an ecosystem where private players can actually focus more on the super specialty and cutting edge things. The connectivity is excellent. I have already spoken about the airport, and I think we are talking about Chennai, what Chennai used to be, a start of the corporate healthcare. But I would go one step ahead. I would say it is actually competing the NCR, and Hyderabad and NCR will be the 2 destinations in next 10 years for the medical tourism and healthcare hub. Thank you.
Thank you, Saurabh, for wonderful inputs. I now go to Dr. Naeem Siddiqui. Naeem Siddiqui, sir, I think you already heard you, wonderful organization, but I would like your inputs on the changing scenario in Telangana healthcare.
Yeah. Good afternoon. See, when I
wanted to have a branch. I started my center at Bangalore, and when I was looking at which is the next city, where do I go to, my first and only choice was Hyderabad. So there are a lot of reasons here. One and most important is the infrastructure is very good, and the IT field which was taking over, and yeah, when compared to the other cities like Delhi, NCR, and Mumbai were already saturated, and Hyderabad was like our colleagues have rightly pointed out, it was the only city which was a rising star, and I thought that's the only place where I can pitch and start working and help as many people as possible. And yes, Telangana, not only the city is good, the connectivity is amazing, the IT, the infrastructure, the people here, the people are amazing. And plus, what I have been noticing is that even the government, has been supporting. Like a lot of patients who come to me from various places, and especially people are coming from Telangana and Hyderabad. So the kind of support which the patients were getting, so the entire Telangana and especially Hyderabad, it is providing a base for people to come from outside, be it whichever country. Plus, not only medical tourism from international, but I was also looking at people who are coming from other states. Like we are close to Maharashtra. We are so close to Odisha. So, we are so accessible for people to, just travel by road, come over, take the treatment. So overall, the basic concept which, in medical field, all doctors have is to provide affordable treatment to patients. So Hyderabad is helping, that way to whoever wants to reach out to many, many more people, be it in India or internationally, to come over. And yes, the city and everything else here is so conducive for this. So yeah, I would stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Naeem. I now go to Shri Pranab Vardhanji. I think Prabinji actually has worked in both Telangana and Odisha. He has actually experienced mostly as the digital health. But I would like to focus on the big boost in the health infrastructure and
Thank
also
you,
the role
Dr.
technology plays.
Thank you, good Dr. Subodh. Good afternoon. So how do you do that? If you look at, people talked about affordability. I don't think affordability is a concern in the medical tourism segment, because we are already one-tenth of, cost, minimum one-tenth of cost what you will see in US. So a simple heart surgery will take 150K in US, and it will take only $5,000 in Hyderabad, probably even lesser in Hyderabad, because Hyderabad is relatively lesser in terms of cost in entire India, right? So if we are talking about 150 versus 5,000, and compare any other topmost destination for medical tourism like Singapore, Thailand, Malaysia, Costa Rica, Japan, we are probably the most cost effective. But people don't know, right? So what we need to do is we need to establish Hyderabad as a brand, and for that government and private sector both need to work hand in hand, and that is the only way it is possible. The way I would actually think is like once upon a time before we started IT revolution and we became one of the topmost IT destination, our government used to take some of the industry leader and then introduce them, talk about the, advantages that we can provide. We can extend the support and the cost effectiveness and all of that. Similarly, I think healthcare should be some segment where our government should take our, some of the topmost leaders from healthcare industry and then take them to different countries and, establish them. Right? I will actually ask my friend Mr. Martha Ramesh to go back. He was showing me some photograph with KCR. So let him go to KCR and tell him that was instead of your health minister, health secretary sitting there and then doing all that, they should actually focus on identifying the opportunities out here, because today we are only talking about 7 billion USD as the medical tourism business in India, and we have a target of 70 billion USD by 2040, right? So it's a 10 times more, and that is the kind of potential that we are talking about. If we can actually identify few countries and probably distribute some of the top hospitals that, okay, was mandatorily you should actually take these 5, 6 countries and develop medical tourism, and then government actually take those, leaders in different countries, introduce them, give them support, build that trust, build that, kind of transparency to the people of that country, and then also generate local support. I think medical tourism, India will be a great destination because we have doctors and we are producing doctors as a factory approach. Today we are actually producing in thousands, right, every year. We have a lot of infrastructure, we have equipment, we have experts, right, who are top-notch doctors who are at par with what you can have in US. So there is no reason why we should be, and we are also, ahead in terms of technology. There are AI, ML, where, we have several companies who are actually working a fantastic, thing in AI, ML segment. So there are a lot of ecosystems that is available. We just need to plug all of this together into one single piece and make sure that we actually promote that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I would take now request. Thank you, Pravinji. We have one last panelist.
Okay.
So,
So can
I
we
know
be
we're running
very
short of
brief?
time.
Very brief.
No, but I think
To the point.
Yeah, having said that, it's a very important area. Technology is the in thing. I think, and he's come from Chennai, so we have to give a little time to Palniappan Narayananji to talk about the digital opportunity. And since a lot of discussion has happened, the comparison between Chennai and Hyderabad, would like to hear your views on that.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for the opportunity in the panel. First thing when I landed today morning, again, the infrastructure completely took the breath away. There's been phenomenal growth in infrastructure, and the panel also talked about the availability of medical education, the availability of paramedics, the support staff, or the increase in physical infrastructure, the increase in airport connectivity. The missing link between all of this is the digital infrastructure. That's also an infrastructure that needs to be talked about. Now, in terms of digital infrastructure, the simple things. When a patient comes in, we are talking about the experience of patient coming in for a treatment, getting treated, and going out. But a whole lot of phygital journey has to be created. When I say phygital, it's a mix of both the physical and the digital journey for the patient experience. Because before coming into Hyderabad, there's going to be at least a 3-6 month time where he's going to work with the hospitals or the doctors in terms of the treatment, the pre-treatment, pre-surgery or pre-treatment protocol. Post the surgery, again, he's going to go back to his native country, and there's going to be a prolonged treatment process where he probably the doctor needs to connect with the local doctor there in order to continue that treatment journey. So now to create this phygital journey, what is needed? It's a lot of data organized or the workflow kind of mapped in a digital way. I'll probably take a simple comparison on where parallel industries are and where healthcare industry is, and that's probably an idea of how it needs to grow. Now, probably people on the stage would remember the days where we used to write a challan, go to a bank, and do a transfer. Now, that's 20 years back. Probably people at the back wouldn't have seen that phase. But that's the journey that today a patient has with a hospital. Any service that's needed, he needs to walk into a hospital, and only a hospital employee can transact on behalf of that patient with the patient's data. That's the level at which we are. Now, I'll draw analogies of how financial services institutions progressed. Say, when internet banking came in, the access was given to the consumer to add a payee and do a transfer between 10 to 5. That was the first step. When mobile banking came in, that's 2010s, the consumer could do a transfer anytime, 24 by 7, but the bank would kind of queue it up and open it between 10 to 5 and do a transfer automatically. It was only in 2014 when IMPS came up, the transfer was automatic, and the consumer was directly able to transact with his own bank account. Now, draw a comparison to how that needs to go towards the healthcare data. Currently, healthcare data is completely only with the hospitals or the healthcare service institutions and providers. For that to transfer to patient, there is a lot of work that's left. Standardization of registry, standardization of, say, treatment procedures, workflows being defined, and including the patient during the entire process, creating a digital infrastructure where across multiple channels, the patient is kept in touch during the entire journey. This would also involve a lot of content that needs to be created, where healthcare again has a problem where it's a very highly specialized field. Now, for that to move to a consumer, there's a lot of content that needs to be dumbed down, sent at the right information. So these are the journeys that's pending in digital, and I think Hyderabad still has the idea and has the capability of adding that piece into it as well. So that's probably my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So, yeah, you have 2 points by Saurabh.
5 seconds, because actually this data set is very interesting. So last year, Hyderabad cluster surpassed Bangalore for having the highest number of IT jobs in India. So, yeah. The second thing is, for the last 5 years, Hyderabad has been rated as the most livable city in India by Mercer. And third thing, majority of you must be knowing that 40% of the pharma production in India comes out of Hyderabad, and with over 800 plus companies.
Thank you. Thank you. What I can only say is it's exciting times for Hyderabad and Telangana. So thank you all.
Thank you.
esteemed
Thank you
panelists,
very
to all of you.
much. Huge round of applause, please, and particularly to our moderator, Dr. Shubodh Kandamudan, PhD, the Dean of Training Program, ASCII. Thank you very much. Such a nicely dealt, and we really enjoyed such great inputs of knowledge. अभी लग रहा है मैं MBBS क्यों नहीं किया? 6,000 का rank आया. That's a different story, but really adding to it, the 5 A's. Awareness, giving access, getting more and more human people trained, getting more affordability, more accountability. These areas, if we work out, definitely Telangana and Indian medical tourism will definitely rock. And the scenario is undoubtedly changing, sir. एक चीज याद आया, when my friend from London, he just came down. We were looking for some good stay, 5-star hotel. 5-star hotel 5-star level में है या नहीं वो तो मुझे पता नहीं, but nowadays Hyderabad hospitals have that 5-star or 7-star rating. Don't you all agree? Yes, say yes, students. So that's the changing scenario today, what we see as a layman. So thank you very much. As we are running short of time, we have already felicitated you. हम लोग बहुत उतावले थे, पहले ही कर दिया. And all your mementos, students will hand over. Thank you very much for all the dignitaries on the stage. Thank you, sir. And without wasting any time moving forward, let's thank our sponsors, SBI, Omega Hospital, Knowledge Partner, ASCI, Innovative Partner, T-Hub, Media Partner, Medgate, and Hospitality Partner, Capstan, whom I represent. Thank you. And now we go to the panel discussion. We welcome one of a very senior, really a very senior person, and really I want every one of you to welcome him, Dr. Uday Prakashji, the Director, Consultant Orthopedic and Head of Joint Replacement and Sports Injuries Unit. Please, sir, we request you to be on the dais. Healthcare leaders and doctors, Now I request Dr. Yes Yadav ji, the chairman IMA's Hospital Board of India Telangana State, to be on the dais. Request Dr. Martha Ramesh ji, President Association of Health and Hospital Administrator, AHA and Liaison Officer NIMS, Government of Telangana, to be on the stage. I request Shri Adla Rajesh Kumar ji, the CO, Atal Incubation Center, T-Hub Hyderabad, to be on dais. And I request, Dr. Ashima ji, K. Sharma, Professor and HOD, Emergency Medicine, NIMS, Government of Telangana. Shri Sunit Agarwal ji, the head COO Care Hospital, we request your presence. And the last and very close to my heart, एक बार तालियां बजाइए, Dr. Ashish Chauhan ji, the consultant Apollo Hospital, because he's the moderator for this panel. Thank you, sir. Sir, ये तो rock होगा, I'm sure. Mic दे दीजिए, and I'm getting off the stage. The mic is not needed now. When you are there. Now I relax.
Functional? Welcome to one and all. What I have realized is one of the toughest job I have seen in a parliament is the job of a speaker, isn't it? एक बोलता रहता है दूसरा बीच में बोलता है, and probably that's the same job I'm supposed to be doing it today, the moderator. The topics given are very, very interesting, and we have one of the very finest faculty from all over India amongst us, and I'm really, really delighted to be on the dais with them. And my hearty welcome to everyone out here, and let's start so that we address it appropriately. Before I start this, I welcome each one of you is from a different varied background. And when we are having this discussion, I'm very proud. Quite often we discuss about a lot of news we see where there is this doctor has lutofied this, bill, dengue patient bill was 16 lakh rupees when the patient, all the negativities are there. And when you check the Google and you find out who are the best doctors in the world, we believe India has got the best doctor in the world. We need a big round of applause for that. The way medical tourism is going to the next level, we believe that we turn out to be one of the best, center. Hyderabad takes up that position, and I'm very happy that we have somebody from Delhi and Chandigarh who will represent and help us out to understand all those things. With all these things, I would welcome each one of you and will address a couple of questions. I would start with, we always say, the ladies first, isn't it? So who else but Dr. Ashima Sharma Agrawal, one of the very, very dynamic lady and a name in the emergency medicine. She heads Department of Emergency Medicine in Nizam's Institute. And when we talk about medical tourism, besides having the patients coming to India, how can the academics of Indian, panorama welcome the people from abroad? That's a question I would want to address to Ashima. And then I will move from that to the orthopedic, because I do believe there are lots of ortho which is needed to be addressed in Hyderabad. So Dr. Uday after that.
Thank you, Dr. Ashish, and thank you for introducing me in such a wonderful way. Yes, see, what Dr. Ashish has done, he has put me in a little different panorama. He has given me, thrown on me that should we include training the students coming from abroad as a part of medical tourism. Well, what we were till now doing were international observerships, we were doing fellowships, but would it help to grow medical tourism if we also invite doctors at the same time to learn about medical facilities in different countries? Definitely there is a need for it, there is no doubt. Doctors who across the borders would definitely have a very important role in if they learn how the things are done in another country and they take back that information. Obviously it is a win-win situation for both the countries or both the places. Coming to my specialty of emergency medicine, I would say that if it is academics, there is no better place, I would say, than Nizam Institute of Medical Sciences for students to come and learn fellowships in trauma.
There is no better place to, I represent my hospital and I will speak for it, that we can teach students how to do basic medical care. And there are many diseases which are different in this in other countries, and which are not which you don't really find abroad, but you find it here. So what I gather for what Dr. Ashish says is that will it benefit the student or an academician to come over, train with the ample amount of opportunities present with Nizam's Institute of Medical Sciences, in doing some observerships and fellowships in certain sub types, sub categories of emergency medicine? Then my answer is emphatic yes. Yes, it would help medical tourism. It will definitely boost medical tourism in this. I would also add that across the globe, emergency medicine departments are growing with a compound annual growth rate of about 4.8%. And I am not an economist. And when I read this figure, I just felt very happy that we are growing at 5%. So I just want to tell you that the industry of emergency medicine is, as far as money, financial benefit is concerned, is growing big. And I'm sure as the West has realized the potential of having emergency medicine departments, because medical tourism, if the patient has an emergency at any point of time, would definitely look to come and join, would report on an emergency medicine gate only. Please help to make academic emergency medicine departments in your places, and let it be the face of your hospital.
Thanks a lot. I think that was wonderful input. We have Dr. Uday Prakash representing the Uday Omni Hospital. You know, we are the capital of startups in India at this time. I would be very happy to understand the role of startups in healthcare industry. Your point, because Uday Omni is one of the very fastest growing hospital, right from a very small to now to the bigger platform. So how do you see this growth, and what do you suggest to the ones who would want to have a startup in healthcare industry?
Thank you very much for the question. Uday Omni is essentially an orthopedic hospital. Started off about 50 years ago when my father moved out of NIMS. It was Nizam's Orthopedic Hospital then. And it was one of the first private orthopedic centers of Hyderabad. And the legacy of Uday Clinic, as it was known then, was eventually passed on to me. And I felt that, having been in England for 23 years, I felt that I need to move on from what it is then to what it is now. So it was a big scale up from 25 beds to 100 beds. And in a city like Hyderabad, it is very, very difficult to fill 100 beds with orthopedic patients. And that's what one of the biggest hurdles was, how do I fill up 100 beds? And we needed the help, obviously, of Omni Hospitals, who actually came and were our financial assistants in moving up. So anyway, to cut the story short, I think if you're a super specialist hospital, it is very difficult to scale up into many places. I think you can do it in one place and establish yourself. And I always keep telling people who ask me, how many branches do you have, this and that. I said, I cannot branch out. It's difficult to clone myself. It's very difficult to maintain standards. You've got to grow organically. You cannot grow like 9-10 hospitals in 5 years. It's not possible to pass on quality at that pace. So my role, I feel as a responsible orthopedic surgeon, is to train people to the level that you feel that they are right to get out into the community and start their own startup, which would match the quality and standards of their, of their mothership. So I think the way I would advise people to grow is to grow organically and not very fast, because if you have quality, if you want quality and name as a quality hospital, you cannot be super quick. You've got to be organic in growth.
23 years in the practice, is that what you said, sir? In the same hospital or different hospitals?
In Britain, so my training started as a junior surgeon, junior as a house officer. And then I did my training in orthopedics, which was 6 years. Before that, you have to do 4 years as a surgeon in general. So it's like a 10-year training process before they feel you're ready to become a consultant. So there's a lot of lessons to be learned from the National Health Service. And I think India has come a long way, but the empathy with the patient, the way you talk to a patient, the way you treat your patient, there's so much to be learned from hospitals abroad. I think
So you haven't moved on from Uday Omni at all, right from the beginning?
No, I can't. I don't have the time.
See, he's taught us a lesson. One hospital, one wife, and one God. Strongly believes in oneness of it. So I got the point very much. When we manage the various hospitals, it's very important that we understand the role of a hospital administrator. I believe it's not an easy task to handle. The roles of hospital administrator is varied, right from checking out the revenue generation to filling up the beds is what has been put in, and holding back the consultants, because now there is the way consultants move is very fast, besides handling the attrition also. I'm very happy that Dr. M. Ramesh, the president from Association of Health and Hospital Administrators, is with us. I would want you to address this issue, sir, the essential role of hospital administrators, please.
No, I'll get up because my height is similar to Lal Bahadur Shastri height. There's the reason. So with your permission, I'm standing. Okay. The hospital admission, where you are sitting, because which one, no, whom's effort you are sitting in this hall, and where are we sitting? Whose effort is this? Administrator's role is there or not? Yeah, come on, say a bit loudly. Yes. No, without that, yeah, I hope all doctors who are sitting on the dais and off the dais, you all agree. Because the role begins. If suppose any hospital, they want to start any program, because the first and in the front line, in the forefront is the hospital administrator. That's the first role. And just now my friend Ashish told, and hospital administrator, they should have some strategic planning and financial sustainability and the quality of care and the patient-centric effort. The quality care is important. And you see, the surgeon comes, I'm not degrading, I'm talking facts, with the all the surgeons who are sitting in the hall. They come, they do operate. Who will feed the patient? Administrators, the marketing department. They will feed the patient, they will collect the cash, and they will distribute to each and everyone on every first of the month. The financial sustainability. Suppose if administrators fail to maintain the financial sustainability, what will happen? Hospital will perish. And he cannot cherish over there, but he should go to somewhere else. But not only that, quality of patient care, patient grievances, and everything in the hospital regulatory compliance, and the affordable, but the patient affordability, but who has to counsel the patient? The hospital administrator. Now earlier, early 70s and early 80s, now sir just now told, I think when his father was there, Uday Omni, that was the clinical driven. Now I'm telling my dear friends, whether you like it, whether you don't like it, now days have changed, the paradigm shift. Now onwards, in the coming days, already it started, only hospital administrator only will play pivotal and key role in the hospital. If he doesn't just play that role, every hospital will definitely perish from the industry. This is so. I hope so, because I don't want to take much of your time, but administrator is everywhere. But earlier this was totally different, the traditional way. But now without hospital administrator, no hospital will run properly, whether it is a solo clinic, a nursing home, or because 100 bed or 200 bed are super specialty. But I'm telling you, hospital administrator role is very important and pivotal. I hope everybody will agree. If you all agree, kindly give a big round of applause to everyone. Thank you. Thank you.
There is no doubt about it. I always say the four pillars of hospital are the doctors, the nurses, the patients, and the administrators. Quite often, we give a slightly less value to the administrator, but when we know it, whenever there is a mess, we always say, bro, you handle it. So yes, sir, out of my experience, after having been from one of the very finest colleges, Christian Medical College and Hospital, Vellore and Ludhiana, now when I've worked in Yashoda and Apollo now, I do realize it. Only thing I say is clinical, I will see. Besides clinical, everything else is the administrator's job, and I stick to it because I realize nowadays there are a lot of litigation issues which you need to handle it. Permit me, and I would rather apologize right from the beginning only. Being a doctor, I find one of the most highly acclaimed people on the earth are the doctors, and one of the very, very egoistic people are the doctors. And who suffers? Finally, it's a patient and definitely our care. And that needs to be addressed well. Not everybody can handle that. I cannot handle my own wife also. How will I handle the consultants, any consultants' ego? Tough call. We all know it very well. That takes us to two important points, and I have two big, tycoons out here to handle that. Number one is when we have this much of tussle, the revenue, the patient care, doctor's ego, and nurses' issue, and the housekeeping issues. We have lots and lots of doubt about the patient safety as well as the health regulations. Who else to address patient safety and rehabilitative issues than one and only Dr. Sanjeev Singh Yadav? I am so delighted. Haryana Kaputar, who has made tons and tons of changes in Hyderabad IMA and the state of Telangana. We have Dr. Yadav amongst us, and he is the right person to address patient safety right from the point of IMA, the litigation point of view, as well as one who himself is one of the very finest surgeons currently working with Mavens Medical Center. Sanjeev sir, your inputs about patient safety.
Thank you, Ashish. A very important topic in our day-to-day care. Surgeries can be done, patients can be managed, but their rehabilitation and care and safety is one thing which we have started to learn now. Earlier it was doctor used to decide, like my father was also a surgeon, his word was law. He said, you have appendicitis, no ultrasound, nothing, getting a CBP and getting the surgery done. That was the time in 60s, 70s and 80s when things went like that. But nowadays, patient care, in addition, the doctor who is treating, his care is also very important because he has to reply to so many questions. The questions are whether your diagnosis is right or not, whether you are having corroborative investigation to follow the diagnosis. The reason why our cost of healthcare is rising because of this one particular factor. A doctor has to prove really Alvaro score, getting ultrasound done, WBC count. I am talking of simple things. All these are needed. At one time, it was not necessary. So patient care and rehabilitation are very important. Doing surgery and leaving it off, like Uday is a renowned orthopedic surgeon. And for them, it's not just joining the bones. It is a rehabilitation to see that the patient walks properly, not shortening of the limb comes, his walk attitude and his work attitude improves, and ultimately, when fast he goes back to work. Nowadays, people are worried they're going back to work. I have a daycare center, one of its kind in Hyderabad, AP, and Telangana. I am a general surgeon. I have done everything in the sense open surgeries, laparoscopy, lap and miniscopy, daycare surgeries, endoscopy, treating burns patient. I worked in government sector. I worked in private sector. I worked in rural areas, municipal area, and ultimately back in Hyderabad where I was born. Ultimate aim is to see that the patient's rehabilitation is more important. Why we are getting daycare centers nowadays? Daycare centers cater to a very short limit of surgeries. In an expertise there, the treatment is given in such a way that the patient literally goes back to work in a day or two. That is more important for the patient nowadays. The first question, sir, when can I go back to work? When can I eat? When can I go for a gym? This has become a priority nowadays. So you have to manipulate your surgery in such a way that the patient recovery is fast, he comes back to normalcy in such a way, and all this needs a lot of instrumentation, lot of preoperative diagnosis, and ultimately you plan it in such a way that the patient's pain factor, rehabilitative factor, and everything goes hand in hand. So ultimately, the aim of all the doctors, in addition to the people who are working with them, as somebody said, like nursing care or class 3, class 4 employees, we have a lot of issues with them because you see, ultimately, it is the salary which matters to them. We have to see it in such a way that they get the benefit of everything, and the treatment part is limited only to the doctor. But it must not be so. The nursing staff is there with you. They must also know what the doctor is doing and explain to the patients. Most of the times, the doctor is not available with the patient. So ultimately, a combination of surgery, patient care, or medical treatment also. Dengue nowadays, such a common thing which is happening every day. We see a lot of things on WhatsApp. When the recovery is there, 15 days, 20 days, people don't have that much time to recover. They don't have that much money to spend. That is the reason why treatment must be catering to such a way that the recovery must be fast and they rehabilitate themselves so that they can go back to work, which is one of the most important factor in nowadays world. Thank you.
That was a great input, sir. Really loved that. One of the biggest thing which we need to know, India is kind of seeing a tsunami of suicides. 8 lakhs death every year globally with the suicides. 1,60,000, almost 1/5 in the world are in India. Stress, one of the biggest things to address. Stress in Indian healthcare is much, much more. Why? Indian doctors live 10 years lesser than the normal Indian life expectancy. Now, how do we handle that? We have one of the very finest gentlemen, Suneet Agrawal ji amongst us, right from the Punjab Ka Puttar. He is here as a HCOO from the Care Hospital, who would tell us how to balance life in the healthcare industry and how to come the north and south difference in the center of it so that's balanced well. Suneet, over to you.
Thank you very much for this introduction, Dr. Ashish. So you talked about stress, whenever somebody asks you, are you stressful? The first answer you say, no, I'm pretty much okay. There's no stress. So the very first thing come across is denial. We always say we are not stressful. But back of the mind, we all are. The multiple things are going around at one point of time. You're thinking multiple things. Your mind wavers a lot. I hope everybody agrees to what I'm saying. Now, this is very true. The role which I'm playing as a Chief Operating Officer for Care Hospital High Tech. In my panel, somebody introduced the role of administrator. I would like to add over there. Visualize a scenario, a facility which is spread over 2 lakh square feet. Every day they are close to 500, 600 people are coming. They're close to 20, 30 surgeries are happening. Equally large number of procedures, consultations are happening. More than 1,000 people are working in the facility. And worse is everybody coming there with a lot of grief and nobody's coming happy over there. And there are more than, as is told, 1,000 odd people are working and close to 35 departments. So as the administrator, the expectations, the role expectations from your subordinates, your colleagues, your seniors is very much there. It's very demanding. So just to add, one of the role of a administrator is to align so many people towards one organization goal. So I would say administrator is nothing but a person who manages so many emotions, so many humans together. And yes, stress is there. The stress is always there. And we were blessed recently. I went for a course in Ahmedabad, learnings from Bhagavad Gita, and how to be a how to be a excellent leader. Learnings from Krishna and Arjuna's of the world. So it was mentioned the stress is one of the root cause which disturb your ability to think right. So whether you are an administrator, whether you are a husband, or whether you are a friend, the very first thing you need to do, you need to think correctly. And there comes the role of stress management. So one of the easiest tool, whenever you are stressful, go for an exercise, go for music, talk to your friends, have a good laugh. I think we all will agree that when we meet our old friends, we are different person. When we meet our colleagues and in professional world, we are somebody different. So the only way to not to be stressful is to take life easy. We all are here to just play our roles, and one day we'll go to somewhere. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was very great insight. Taking life easy is easy, but बीवी नहीं लेने देती है. That's the biggest problem we all understand. Life is all about, as I culminate our discussion, I'm really thankful for every single gentleman and giant sitting out here. We had the snippets of how do we work on it. I have only gathered one thing. Life is all about addressing the Trinity very well. The Trinity of whether we call it as a Brahma, Vishnu, and Mahesh, or do we call it as a Trinity of Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit? Or is it the Trinity of taking care of patient, doctor, and administrator well into the accordance? We balance it only with three words, which I would want to leave it. Remember the three I's: the insurance, the information, and definitely, finally, the investigations. These are the three things which are the base. Why do we have the legal issues? There's no proper information given. Why do we have the issues? Because there is no enough insurance. That's the biggest problem with India. And finally, we have issues because we do not handle the investigations appropriately. I will close the three words which kill Andhra, Telangana people, the Telugu land. I keep sharing it out, is only and only that yes, avasarama, nenu ankunna, and kada, which the patients use it. And you may have to have an art of countering it with a smile on a face and telling them that yes, I'm here to give you the best. Even I may sound a commercial, but I am not. Both the children are not going to become a doctor. That's their choice. Both me and my wife being a doctors, we are very happy with their choice. Both of them do not want to become a doctor. But me, by the grace of God, if I take birth again, I'll again do my graduation from CMC Vellore. I will do post-graduation from CMC Ludhiana. And I will be very happy to come back again to serve the city of Nizams. Thanks a lot for the lovely evening which we've had it. A big thanks to Geeta and the team and Professor Krishna Chaitanya for having and giving this opportunity. Thank you.
For all the doctors who came on our invite, thank you very much. Just 2 minutes by the time we have Geeta ji, I wanted to add one note. When we are talking about stress, we should know this. This is a graph. You have noticed? So you have level of performance on vertical axis. Horizontally, you have the positive, negative stress. See, anyone, a doctor performing surgery, stress hota hai na? A student writing exam, stress hota hai. Everyone. The student, when he gets a paper, you plan 5 minutes, you give it, you clear. 1 घंटा time pass किया, उधर देखा, यूं देखा, क्या होगा? Stress. The more you postpone, the more you procrastinate. Stress. Positive stress चाहिए, you stress चाहिए. It is हमारे हाथ में. It is you have to decide. You have to do the list. You have to prioritize. You need to understand which is urgent and important. And see, the moment your level of performance will go up, keep going, you are in the positive stress. It's a motivation. And the moment you start postponing, you ignoring, and you don't do it, the performance comes down. So having said that, institutes में जाने से तो definitely stress नहीं जाएगा. कृष्ण चैतन्य को आप बुलाओगे केयर हॉस्पिटल में, नाचेगा और stress जाएगा. And next followed by Dr. Ashish Saab. We are very famous, doing lot of programs together and absolute amazing energy. So next 2 minutes, because I've been a keynote speaker on the stress, एक चीज मैं आपको share करता हूँ because I wanted to quote this when Sir was talking about Mahabharat, Arjuna and Krishna. So in Mahabharat, we all know this, there was one test which was conducted by Guru Dronacharya. जब ये गुरु द्रोणाचार्य टेस्ट कंडक्ट कर रहे थे पंच पांडवास के लिए, now what do you see? First युधिष्ठिर जी आते हैं, क्या दिख रहा है उनको? पेड़, पत्ते, everything, right? Now you see भीम, उनको क्या दिख रहा है? See, his focus, his interest is this: the arm, the food. And now comes the hero of Mahabharat, Arjuna. And we all know this. What is he able to say? The goal, the target, which is the bird eye. Not only this, Arjuna was saying, Shama kijiye Guru Dronacharya, is waqt. At this moment, I don't even feel your presence. See, what I'm trying to say, someone's presence should not impact or influence your work. See, that's how you should have a eustress, a motivation to work. And that's what, today, why you see all these people on the dais. They are the heroes of the medical industry, just like the hero Arjuna, who is hero of the Mahabharata. Anyone presence doesn't matter. They are so self-motivated. Someone there or not. Surgery to karna hi hai na? Am I right, sir? If your boss is there, then you will do surgery. No. Whether he's there or not, it's your task, it's your goal. And this is called core values. When you have this integrity, ये ethics, ये morals, जब आपके पास रहेंगे, dear students, you will really rock and you will do amazingly great. Having said so much, फिर भी हम some or the other way we keep distracting. See, my 10 minutes, I'm trying to squeeze it 5 minutes, so we don't waste time. 5:30 is the Bollywood time. So I'll give you a small glance. इतना बोलने के बावजूद भी, all of you agree, students, what I'm saying? Are you all with me? Are you all with me? अरे थोड़ा जोर से यार. I'll give you nice biscuits and tea. जोर से बोलो. Okay. Now ये देखिए, ये मैं आपको दिखाना चाहता हूँ. This is a picture of the brain. Okay, what do you see here? There's a person called rational decision maker who is sitting on the brain. तो ये क्या कर रहा है? Mike, please, hand mic. He's the one who tells you, I really appreciate and huge clap for all those who have been there since morning, taking the huge amount of stress. You stress. एक बार तालियां. Clap for yourself. Mike, please. Mike, please. So he is the one who is sitting in your brain and guiding you. अरे कुछ तो हो रहा है, knowledge सुनते हैं. We have some expertise. We have pioneers of the industry. Let's listen to them, right? He's the one who is guiding, and this person does it. इसलिए आप यू स्ट्रेस में हो. अब लेट्स टॉक. फ्यू पीपल आर सो रेस्टलेस ना, उनका दिमाग घूमता रहता है यूं यूं, यू नो, दे बिकम सो रेस्टलेस. 1 hour they can't sit, they keep going. Hand mic please, boss. Tihab, hello. So now you see this is what the image of the brain, right? Now tell me very frankly from the back, how many of you have problem, you get deviated, distracted, बहुत stress होता है, distress. You know, distress, physiological, behavioral, psychological, there are so many consequences. किस-किसको होता है? Raise your hands. Superb, sir. Superb. Can I have? अच्छा, students, आप लोग इतने अच्छे हो? किसी को stress नहीं होता है? कुछ postpone नहीं करते आप? सब on time complete होता है? Right? Can anyone raise the hand? Let me see who will be the frank. Superb. What's your name? What's your name? Satish. Super, yeah. That's, you should be frank. Everyone has. Even I get distracted, I get deviated. Distress, सबको होता है, the harmful stress. तो इसके लिए हम क्या करते हैं? Let's go to Uday Omni Hospital and we have a brain scan. Okay, MRI scan. Not EMRI. I work for EMRI, so somehow. Okay, अब सतीश जी का रिपोर्ट देखते हैं कैसे आया है. This is your report. And what I wanted to say, see, you also have a rational decision maker who guides you. The person who helps you to take a right decision at right time. He tells you, boss, this is the text, abhi band karo, khatam karo. More you postpone, it will pile up. You stress, kya ho jayega? Distress. और आपका level of performance कम हो जाएगा. You will deteriorate. You don't feel connected with your department, with your colleagues, with anyone. And this is the person who does it. Instant gratification monkey. ये bonus है. ये सबके पास होता है. We all have this. Now see what this monkey is doing. You are in the work and you're getting some calls, mobile, something, and your decision maker is saying, right time boss, work karo. अरे hospitals हैं, OP हैं, so much is going on, we need to work down. What the monkey is doing? Slowly you're taking your mobile. And you do Facebook, Google, YouTube. Youngsters, you do that. Most of us, we break. If I give you break, by the time you come back, someone will catch you. So, 1 minute, that's 1 minute. Let me finish that and then come. Now you tell me, will that 1 minute finish in 1 minute? No. I'm getting continuous messages from my wife. If I start replying now, what will happen? It will end in 1 minute. Let's avoid that. In a productive daytime, when you really have so much of work, you need to focus, just like the Arjuna of Mahabharata. Are focus karo. Let's get it done. This is what. And then you see, if you don't do it, the monkey is going to take the control wheel, and finally, your decision maker is helpless, limbless. See how he is now. And the entire control is with him. Pura time gaya. Time management, procrastination. The more you delay and postpone, your control is gone. An entire day, entire week, month, year, you will be having dire stress, harmful stress. अब बताइए किसके हाथ में है स्ट्रेस? हमारे हाथ में है ना? यू स्ट्रेस चाहिए या डाई स्ट्रेस चाहिए? अरे क्यों बोलना नहीं है? कैन वी से यू स्ट्रेस चाहिए या डाई स्ट्रेस चाहिए? डाई स्ट्रेस चाहिए. You stress. It is nothing but the motivation you work. And monkey always want easy and fun. It want you enter into a dark playground, end up doing nothing. This is as simple as stress. You're able to manage this, you get it. So I could not introduce myself because today I'm the keynote speaker, but somehow yesterday night I got a call, host bana diya, coordinator bana diya, what not. Since morning, I'm doing this. I'm director for IBMR Business School. Okay. We are there in Hubli and we are there in Bengaluru, Delhi since last 6 years. I worked as a director and dean for premium business schools and universities, graduated with Kingston University, London. I was a university ambassador for 22,000 students at 22 age. In fact, Shri Bhushan sir se bahut baar, 2-3 baar live debates bhi share kiya tha, sir. Thank you very much. And I'm a chief advisor in companies like Vision Life Science, Mahati Infra, and I'm a panel trainer with Hetero. GVK Yamare, 5 saal se management trainer hu, and I'm associated with Capstan. We are 24,000 workforce in staffing, in medical, pharma, IT, and also listed. It's my family business, so trying to promote. And thank you, Capstan, for supporting us, being our hospitality partner. I've been a speaker in Kia Motors, NCL, and also in ITC, case study methodologies, marketing. I did it. NIMS, I had a fantastic time, madam, 2 months back. I waited to see you again. I was an advisor for HMA and dot dot. So thank you very much. And let's begin with. Yeah, clap kijiye. Yeah, please. These claps are for you. Yeah. Now let's, we'll take for some honors and go to the next panel discussion. I request Dr. Sri Bhushan to please step forward on the stage. The senior professor, HOD, Nephrology Department, NIMS, Government of Telangana. सर आप लोग को फेलिसिटेशन करना है. मैंने स्टेप अप बोला है, स्टेप डाउन नहीं बोला है. आप लोग सब स्ट्रेस में हो. मैंने बोला स्टेप अप, आपको फेलिसिटेशन करना है. मैं कंफ्यूजन नहीं किया. आप लोग स्ट्रेस में हो. Are you ready? So I request Dr. Sri Bhushan Garu to please felicitate Dr. Uday Prakash Garu, Director Uday Omni Hospital, and also request Dr. Ashish ji to do the honors. Thank you very much. And also I request, thank you. Yeah, I request everyone to be close. Pass jitna behtar utna. I request Dr. ASS Yadav ji, the chairman, IMS Hospital, to please step forward. I request our care. I request Sri Adla Rajeshi to please felicitate sir, along with Dr. Ashima madam. Ashima madam, please do the honors. Now I request Dr. Martha Rameshji, President, Association of Health and Hospital Administrator and Liaison Officer NIMS, to please step forward. And I request Dr. Sri Bhushanji and Dr. Suneet Agarwalji to please do the honors. Now I request Sri Adla Rajesh Kumar Garu, the CEO, Atal Incubation Center T-Hub, to step forward. And I request Dr. Farha Mohammad Garu to please do the honors. You don't have? Okay. I request Dr. Ashima A. Sharma, Professor and Head of Department Emergency Madam, NIMS Government Officer, to please step forward. And I request, because Madam, everyone deserves to do this. Dr. Ashish ji and Dr. Yeses Yadav ji, please step forward to do the honors. I also request Dr. Lakshminath Sivaraju Garu to please be on the dais for doing the honors, please. And now, I request Sri Suneet Agarwal ji, Head COO, Care Hospital, to step forward. And I request Dr. Lakshminath Sivaraju ji, please do the honors, along with Dr. Ashima Garu and Dr. Sri Bhushan. I also request Dr. Jamak Adik Hassan ji to please come forward on the dais. And now, I request Dr. Ashish Chauhan, Consultant, Apollo Hospital, Diabetes Specialist, and the moderator for this panel, to please step forward. And I request Dr. Jamek Abidi Hassanji to step forward. I request Dr. Ashima ji to step forward. No, sir really wants you, He just came down for you. And I request Dr. Uday Prakash Garu to please do the honors. So he's very fond of you, sir. Your blessing is very needed. Thank you. And can we have all the cameras on, please, for a perfect picture to come? Can we have some music, please? 1 minute. Can we have some music, please? One music. Good song. Stress children to एक song. 1 minute. So what song you want? What song you want? Can we have one song, please? Huh? We are done. Just 1 minute and they'll be off. Can we have the music immediately? One music. First, before my guests get down on the stage, I request everyone to stand, all the students to stand up. Student, come forward. All the students come forward. Music, please, fast. Okay. So we do this, and with this, we all will come down. All the students come forward. Sit in the front. Okay, so every one of you gonna do this for our guest of honors. Are you all ready? Are you all ready? Students, are you all ready? Okay, one, two, the space you are at. Yes. Okay, can you all do one step and we're gonna have the real honors for them. 1, 2, 3, start. Girls, stand up, stand up. We want to see a graceful walk back to your place. Thank you very much. Thank you. Done, done. Thank you very much. Without wasting any time, let's get into the second panel discussion. So we have the amazing last panel discussion for the day, for the Knowledge Conclave Healthcare today. So one more time, I request Dr. Sri Bhushan Raju, the Senior Professor, HOD, Nephrology Department, NIMS, Government of Telangana, to be on the dais. I request Dr. Kalpana M, Director, Kasturi Hospital and IVF Center, to please be on the dais. I request Dr. Gabriel Sukumar Chinnam, the Senior Consultant Surgeon and Surgical Gastroenterology and Laparoscopy Surgery, GemCare Hospitals, Hyderabad. Please, sir, please. We request your presence on the dais. I request Dr. J.A.L. Ranganath G, HOD and Consultant Nephrologist, Care Hospital, Gachibowli. Now we have Shri M.S. Guru Prasad Ji, the Chief Sales Officer, Glen Eagles Global Hospital, Hyderabad. Please step forward. Dr. Lakshminath Shivaraju Ji, Senior Consultant, Neurosurgery, Brain and Spine Surgery, Continental Hospital, Hyderabad. Thank you, sir. So, Dr. Lakshminath Ji is a Senior Consultant and Neurologist and moderator for this panel discussion of healthcare leaders and doctors here. Sir, I would request to please take it forward. Thank you very much.
Good evening, everyone. It's a very wonderful meeting. Glad to have here and thankful, grateful to all the administrators and organizers. Very good evening, sir. Welcome to all my panel members, senior doctors here, consultants here. I would like to request Nagasundar sir to start the discussion. It is some only. Maybe Hyderabad healthcare industry first for the giant lead. Yeah, prevention of NCDs and role of this.
Yes, good evening, everyone. I could see two groups of people here, one in the other side, the speakers and a small group of people in the audience who are probably the students of healthcare management. I understand that you people will be the leaders and also the administrators in various hospitals in the due course afterwards. The most important part of understanding the healthcare system in this country is the primary, secondary, and the tertiary healthcare systems. And most of the people bank upon the primary healthcare system in this country, which is restricted and probably limited to the rural population and rural areas, and also some of the semi-urban areas. Not totally a city like Hyderabad and bigger cities. But unfortunately, 80% of the people are there in that particular areas, and they belong to a below poverty line, and they require a continuous monitoring of therapy treatment whenever they require to get into. But unfortunately, facilities are very less and the minimal, and almost I can say the minuscule, which is actually, as far as the system is concerned now, of which the major part of the diseases are non-communicable diseases. Truly, once upon a time, when 40 or 50 years back, we had the communicable disorders, predominantly the malaria, cholera, tuberculosis, filariasis, and so many other, especially the communicable infections predominantly, and most of the patients used to die because of the infections only. And they're all simply easily treatable, and if treated early and efficiently, they come back. But unfortunately, simple diarrhea used to take the toll, and most of the children used to die. One small and simple thing called oral rehydration solution made a big difference, and made for the people, children predominantly, they used to survive. But here now with non-communicable disorders, which are actually can be called as the lifestyle disorders, predominantly the hypertension, diabetes, coronary artery disease, especially the premature coronary artery disease, the strokes, and chronic kidney disease, which we all deal with. The list also includes the cancer. Most of them are lifestyle disorders. Probably the predominant etiology for them is the obesity, which is the mother of all the diseases. I feel that most of the corporate culture or even the tertiary care hospitals, they come into picture only when the management of the complications related to hypertension, diabetes, coronary artery disease, stroke, cancer, and chronic kidney disease are concerned. But unfortunately, now being in the government institution called Nizam Medical Sciences, we see a cater to a good number of the people who are coming from the rural communities. And at least 80 to 90% of my OPD, which is almost nearly 250 to 300 patients a day, I cater to the people who are from below poverty line as well as the people from rural India. When I just really see that they don't have the facility even to diagnose type 2 diabetes in time and even hypertension. Hypertension is probably the easiest and the simplest disease that can be detected even at home. Even in shopping malls sometimes. In fact, I have seen some BP apparatus being kept in Prasad IMAX long back, around 15, 20 years back. And even I got surprised and I felt good also. When I went to some other country like China and Japan, I've seen that even in the airports and everywhere, you have some BP apparatus where you can go and put your hand and you can check what is your blood pressure. So that's very important also. But here, most of the rural population, and when they come to us with the uncontrolled hypertension, which was never treated properly for decades, and getting into complications like a stroke and coronary artery disease, and more so the chronic kidney disease, which is a very silent one, unlike the other stroke and coronary artery disease. And detection of that is very, very important. So I appeal to all the administrators here that non-communicable disorders, there are two disorders in rural population, what is called hypertension and diabetes, and in urban population, predominantly the hypertension, diabetes, as well as the obesity. The obesity should be taken care right from the childhood. Nowadays, 50% of the obesity started in the early childhood for the people, and once they get into adulthood, they are getting manifestations of diabetes and hypertension. So what I feel is that the tertiary care hospitals in the major part of the cities and all, and they should concentrate, they should be able to adopt certain villages. And when I was a student of All India Institute of Medical Sciences, Delhi, then we had adopted, I remember that 2 villages there nearby, and we used to go by rotation to those places and see the patients and come back. And if they get into any kind of a complication in the midnight also, they're free to come to the hospital and they get treated by at any time. And it's totally free of cost treatment. So similarly, I feel that the corporate hospitals here, they can adopt 2 or 3 smaller villages, which can be either nearby or it can be a remote also. Now having a corporate culture and bigger corporate hospitals everywhere across the state, and they can adopt some villages and take routine evaluation of the health for the people. We don't have to spend a lot of money also. We don't have to do a big investigations like mammography, CT scans, MRIs, and big cancer screening methodologies and all. But the simple hypertension and diabetes management at the primary healthcare level is very important. I know that the government has been doing it very well. Most of the hospitals, especially primary health centers, are equipped with the glucometers and the BP apparatus, but still there's some kind of a commitment is actually lacking, either from the hospital side or from the patient point of view. Either I request that the people of corporate culture, they can adopt the villages, then go to the rural communities and start treating them the hypertension, the diabetes, which are very, very important and they're notorious in making the adult population unhealthy and leading to premature deaths. So I appeal to all the people sincerely to think about it, and so that at least partly, if not now, after 10 years or 15 years or 20 years, there can be a drastic and significant reduction in the young population getting into these deadly diseases when it's prevented very early, more so from the rural population who are not aware of these particular diseases and implications of the diseases in due course. Thank you.
Nicely put, sir. As a neurosurgeon, now we come across recently with young onset stroke. That's what we see. And when we see the people at around 20 years or 30 years with young stroke, or people with symptoms where they have malignant hypertension, generally people, they deny that they are having hypertension or diabetes. Then we say, are you hypertensive or are you diabetic? They say, no, we are not. But when you ask again second question, have you really checked it? They said no. So not checked doesn't mean that they don't have. And we should have, meaning we should create awareness on young people that maybe post-COVID, they are more prone for maybe lifestyle or dietary habits. We should give more awareness to young. They are more prone to get this hypertension. In fact, yesterday I admitted one 24 years young woman from ICICI Bank with the BP of 193 by 136. And it took me really 10 minutes time to tell her all the side effects of high BP. 23-year-old young lady, and she's thin, she's not obese, but BP is 193, and it has been there for last 3 days. And she's symptomatic for that. And
Another important thing is that the youngsters, they don't accept the disease so easily. Even if you tell her also, why 10 minutes, you have to spend 1 hour also, they will not accept it. Another equally ignorant population. Yes. Yes, they won't accept it so easily, and they deny the fact actually. In fact, I had a number of problems also with when I just started my practice 22 years back at exams. That's a similar kind of a problem when the youngsters that time the IT sector just started, and the pre-employment examination they used to undergo some investigations of which they see some proteinuria and slightly creatinine open small kidneys. So they never used to accept it. They said one boy said that from Bengal, he said that your science is wrong. And you are wrong, and you are not studied properly. He asked me also, where did you study? So I have to tell him actually what is my educational qualifications and all. Not now, I'm talking about 22 years back. So when it is 22 years back only, you can just imagine what's happening to the society and the doctors now at this time. So they don't accept it, and they get into complications. And a good number of people, though we routinely think that this diabetes and hypertension is a disease of the affluent as well as the urban population. No. We are seeing a lot of people, even the youngsters coming from the rural communities, which is very, very alarming and astonishing to me that we are seeing such kind of a generation, and I don't know what's happening there. Maybe the pollution, which probably not expected out of rural communities, but still that is contributing, and as well as the adulteration, the contamination of the water and other things also. That may be contributing to these disorders. We should be taking care.
And definitely there is a burden of this non-communicable diseases on the patient overall morbidity and mortality. When patient comes with the brainstem bleeds, or last week I have seen cerebellar infarct with extend into the pons and midbrain with hydrocephalus. And it's very difficult for me to explain the prognosis or morbidity and the consequences. What is the end outcome in a young people? And they say that they don't have any hypertension, no diabetes, but we have to tell them that it is, first time he got it 30 years, first time he got it 40 years of brainstem bleed, and I have to say that there is nothing much we can do as a neurologist or a neurosurgeon, and final outcome is very bad. Yeah, Mr. Sukumar sir, you can talk on advancement in cutting edge latest treatment modalities.
I know the entire medical industry, I mean, compared to when we were trained and now, maybe has totally changed. We only talk about cutting edge technology, newer equipment, newer gadgets to play around with. Of course, it has its own advantages, and we always talk about the pros only. We don't talk about the disadvantage. It has its own disadvantages also. As much as it has improved I mean, I'm from a surgical background, so I can talk about the most recent, relatively recent innovation is probably the use of robots in surgery. Now, it is also important that, of course, the robots have, there is a specific role in which kind of surgeries we use and where we use, which are the difficult areas to access, whether it's in the abdomen or even neurosurgery. And there are, of course, other usages of this. I mean, as most of the doctors and people in the healthcare industry will understand. But it also is important that when do we have to use? I think, is it something that can be used, routinely, or is something that can be used selectively? And that is the most important judgment which the doctor has to make. There are specific, of course, added to that, in our country, we all, the cost of the robo is one thing. The second thing is we have the patient affordability, which, indirectly translates to the patient cost. And then the skills which are required. Apart from, any machine, as you all know, that occasional malfunction is always there. So I think that's one thing which is important. As much as the technology is concerned, I would little bit stress more on the the standardization and the quality of work we do. That is more important. And I think in our country, the focus is so much on technology that I feel that now we are slightly losing on the quality of care that we have to do. Do we have, there are a lot of healthcare administrators here. I think I really this thing. Do we have proper credentialing system of the people who are working with? Are they adequately trained? In one of the previous sessions, we have said that India is producing a lot of doctors. Yes, we are proud to have produced a lot of doctors, but it's not just producing. It's not, we are, this is a profession where you cannot have mass production because you are treating human lives. It's not like an IT company or something that, you need for a particular project, you need X number of people to do the work. And so are we producing the right kind of people? When you have that standardization and credentialing, automatically the technology will be put into good use to get the best and the most optimum results. I think as healthcare managers, we need to start looking at standardizing our care. As much as we are also talking about so much of medical tourism, and not just medical tourism, we are not talking just about international patients, even our own patients and all. Are we giving the best treatment to them? Are our doctors well trained, skilled enough to do that? Or are we all just running about getting a degree, getting the gadget or the equipment to play around with, and trying to do something just to, do something for the sake of doing it? I think that is what I would really think. I think we are kind of slowly sliding down, and I think the quality of, sir is from a very high academic institution. He'll certainly agree the quality of education is kind of getting affected because of because of the mismatch between the number of students that we have to train and the number of teachers that are available. I think that is something we also need to think about it, and especially it involves the healthcare administrators and everybody. It's not just about cost cutting. Oh, I can get an X person for this amount of this price, or I can get a Y for this price. It's also about what are the credentials, what are the skills, what is the what can he bring to the overall patient care, and how we can optimize the patient care. I think that is very, very important.
Just to add on about new technology, cutting edge technology in neurosurgery. As such, for the last 10 years, when I joined in 2006 in CMC Veller as neurosurgery, there is definitely there is a rapid growth in technology and advancements for the last 15-20 years in each modality. See, as a surgeons, every day we get new technology or new tool, but we have to know where to use. So today I operated on 5 years, and it's a difficult tumor. It's a lumbar tumor. It is there 3 tumors within the same patient at L1, L2, and L3. I have to use one neuro monitoring. I use CUSA, I use microscope. But the thing is, as a surgeons, we have to know when we are going to use and what is the why we are using, what is the objective. So with microscope, what we are going to achieve, how much we are going to decompress the tumor, or how much we are saving the nerve roots. And second thing is CUSA. When we are using CUSA, what is the objective of CUSA? The thing is, we are not going to damage any normal structure. We have to remove only what is the culprit, what is the pathology. We have to address the pathology, not the normal structure. And as a neurosurgeon, I feel that one unique is it is a functional tissue. see, most of them neurosurgeon, we trained as a just like passion, but when we come across after 15 years, 20 years, then we know that we are operating on a functional tissue. Functional tissue in the sense, when I operate on appendix or gallbladder, patient won't ask whether my gallbladder is, meaning whether I function or not. But when I operate on spine tumor, people will ask whether I can walk or not. And when we operate on brain tumors, like we operate on temporal lobe, parietal lobe, motor cortex, patient will ask whether I can do my work. Nowadays, we are doing functional surgeries. We are doing all awake surgeries. We have to keep our patient functions, not just the side effects. We have to keep the functions intact. Whether the patient is teacher, whether the patient is singer, we have to keep their voice, their meaning vocabulary, their speech, their. So we are doing ourselves in brain surgeries. We are doing awake brain surgeries. So we will keep the patient is awake, and we will operate on the eloquent area. We use neuro navigation, we use neuro monitoring, and we use microscope. That is mainly during the surgery itself. We have to monitor any. Are we going to damage, harm the patient? That's the.
No, no, I fully agree with you. I think technology has definitely a role. And if you look at robotic surgeries in the abdomen, in deep pelvis, which is technically very difficult to access, their robo has a big role. It gives a better result. But if you look at overall results, the difference between laparoscopy and robo, there's not much difference. It's like doing a gallbladder with a robo. There's not going to be much difference. So I think that's the important thing, is to use the technology at the right time and the right patient, and then definitely we'll achieve the best results. Gynecological procedures, prostate cancers. Previously, it was all open surgeries, but with robo, in the deep pelvis, some of these radical prostatectomies and all, there's definitely a role for robo, where technically it's a little difficult for human. So I think that aspect of it is there. And then there's so much, because there's so much of AI and other things which is being talked about, and we are hearing that soon radiology is going to be, out of place and all. But I think it's very, very difficult to replace the human brain. I think it's very, very complex. Technical side, with due respect to all this, software industry people and everybody, technical side, it does understand, because I was recently reading a report. They have done a study which said that, the AI is 91% accurate, whereas the human brain is only 88. So it has actually, they're coming up with saying that the AI is more accurate than human brain. It's a little difficult to this thing, but I think there are a lot of things. AI will depend on whatever data you feed into. It's like the old ego theory, whatever garbage we feed in, that's the output we get. So the AI depends on that, but the human brain, we use it, we all know that depend on the circumstances and the patient, and every patient is different. You can't have an algorithm. I've done so many gallbladder surgeries, maybe close to 1,000 or more. But every acute cholecystitis we operate on, or a normal gallbladder, the anatomy is different. And it is challenging for every time. Which even even the best of the robo or the navigation system, unless the operator is aware of that, will not be able to do that. Because they are now, the next level is that you would have only a robo doing the surgery without anybody sitting at the console. Directly, you just have to feed saying that lap coli or lap appendix, and then it should be able to do that. But it is, at least it will be very, very difficult, because the creation is such, it's so unique that every human being is different, and when they have a disease process, no two people behave exactly the same way. Of course, there are, we have algorithms to treat a particular disease, but at least in surgical specialties, I can definitely say that even I think Sir will also agree, every spinal cord tumor, the next time he does another spinal cord tumor, it will be different. It may be involving a few other nerve roots or going somewhere else. And yeah, so that's.
So we've had a few, one case last time that there was a robotic surgery was going on, and the gentleman, robot killed the patient because of the gentleman went for a coffee break. I'm saying, look, that's the thing. See, what happens is robotics or a lab, I think it's all about making sure that Google's science, technology, and money, best servant and bad masters. And where to draw a line, I think that's where you and me are discussing the whole thing. So I understand that.
Basically, we have to know where to use all technology, techniques, where to use, where not to use. Always.
I'm Dr. Kalpana, gynecologist and fertility specialist. I've been asked to talk about present perspectives, challenges in IVF sector. IVF has boomed up. We can see every lane in the city having one IVF center. That is mainly because we see increased number of infertility cases now. Most of them, at least 25%, are turning out to be unexplained, even in both male and female, which is requiring the fertility treatments. And also the time to plan pregnancy. People don't want to wait for 3 years, 4 years. They want to know if there is anything wrong. People are planning late. They want to plan pregnancy earlier. So there is lot of boom, lot of number of cases of IVF. Is there is previously there used to be a stigma in IVF infertility, but now it is accepted as one of the treatment and easily accessible and available everywhere. But the main challenge going on right now is about the cost of the treatment. When it comes to medical tourism, we do have a lot of patients coming from Africa, Somalia. We do treat them, and they do come for 3 months, 6 months visas coming here for the treatments. Mainly because yes, it is accessible, the time is reduced, and it is affordable for them to do the treatments here. So there is a lot of scope for fertility treatments from people coming from abroad, mainly because of cost factor. In here, when we speak for the local population, yes, because of the stress, as it was discussed before, and the planning late, infertility issues have increased, even in males, maybe because of pollution, food, or lifestyle changes. But surprisingly, compared to 10-15 years back, we are seeing young women. Previously, it used to be like more than 35 years, people might be having a fertility issues, is what is accepted, and they would try to plan before 35. 30 tak kuch nahi hoga, 33 tak we can plan. But now we are practically seeing 25, 26, 27-year girls also with zero ovarian reserve. We don't know the reason. They ask why. There is no genetic, no family history, no previous medical history, nothing, but surprisingly comes for some other checkup, newly married, don't expect themselves to be landing up in problem. But we are seeing young women less than 30 years with zero, coming close to menopause. So these are the people whom we should make aware, and at least maybe or do one regular, as we do for all regular non-communicable diseases like health checkups, one pelvic scan or one ovarian reserve storage will help them to plan the treatments early, because once they are told that it is zero reserve, you can't plan pregnancy, you will have to go for a donor. It's a huge, it impacts psychological, family, social, marital, and everything in life financial. So it has to be screened for, and people should be made aware, because once the reserve drops, nothing can be done. So these are all, again, one major sector of people we do get from outside the country for medical tourism, which is accessible now. We need to make them aware and help them. Yeah, that's my take. Thank you.
And in India, especially, I would like to add one point: gynecologists and physicians. When you come across young adult female patient with tuberculosis,
yes,
please try
yes.
to emphasis on TBS salpingitis. That is the most one of the cause for secondary infertility.
Yes, we do
And
get a lot of endometrial tuberculosis, and then they don't realize it is subclinical
Exactly.
tuberculosis. Lot of issues.
people think that it affects only one organ. No, it affects the
Yes, and the success rate of IVF in those endarteritis in the uterus, endometrial damage, it is very difficult. Poor success rate is one of the reasons.
ATT itself turns out to be best answer. Say, I'll tell you about
if they're caught early, said, but tuberculosis would have happened long back, not noticed. Subclinical, they didn't have any tuberculosis history, but when they end up in fertility, we see thin endometrium. Endometrium doesn't grow at all because endarteritis has happened long back, we don't know when. When we take tubes, if we see hydrosalpinx, they are aware, they need to do something, take a call. But there will be no clinical history, nothing, only silent pelvic tuberculosis. These people land up with, when they come for infertility, they don't think it is because of tuberculosis, but when we investigate it, not at first step, in basic treatments go on. But when we check the endometrium, it clearly comes as tubercular endometrium, and it is already endarteritis. At least 10 to 20% people, we cannot grow the endometrium, PRP treatments. All these are being tried, but nothing can 100% improve.
We've had experience of 100 cases of GU endometrium which have come to us, and they only came for the infertility treatment.
Most of them.
So once we treated, out of 100, 90 got pregnant in the first month of ATT given.
Most of them, yes.
8 of them got twins. One person had the second pregnancy after 5 years.
That is in common fertility sector.
Only one patient needed to go back to the fertility.
Yeah. Nowadays, when they come initially, first investigations may we do basic investigations, but when they land up for IVF, when we do hysteroscopies and take up the endometrium, when they are labeled as thin endometrium, not conceiving with natural ovulation induction, IUIs, then come for fertility and failed IVFs previously, then they agree for endometrial testing. They won't agree for hysteroscopy. They will not agree. When there's some previous IVF failed, then they agree for the testing. They would say, you just check in hysteroscope. Now, why should we send to the panel? We don't have tuberculosis. Why should we pay? So again, their counseling happens. And in that 10% of people, endometrium doesn't grow. Remaining, yes, we have to give long treatments. Even they do respond. We would be...
Good evening, my teachers and my colleagues and the administrators. I am Dr. Ranganath, a consultant nephrologist from Care Hospitals, Gachibowli. So my point of talk today is I'm going to take 1 or 2 minutes of you. So how the medical tourism is helping in nephrology. So we used to get the cases or the leads from the different countries, especially from the East African countries, Somalia and Djibouti, Puntland, and these countries for the transplantation, kidney transplantation, and complex kidney stone surgeries, and kidney cancers. So these 3 things are the priority things for we use it to get routinely in our OPD basis. So why they are coming to the India especially? If you take the transplantation, just now I am coming here, I read about the what is the cost effectiveness and everything from the US and these things. So in US per transplant it is costing around $400,000. $400,000. I mean, I'm just read about that one before coming here. But in India, the per transplantation cost is going around $13,000. So there is 95% of variation in the rate. So the topmost leader of the transplantation is nothing but US. And after that coming to the UK. And UK, the transplantation cost is $350,000. So this cannot be affordable by the every individual in other countries. Even in some of the individuals in US, that if they don't have any insurance, they cannot get the transplantation done even though they are having donor. So India is becoming a very good hub for the renal transplantation. So on an average in US per year, there are 17,000 transplants. Whereas coming to the Asian countries, in India, it is just becoming in topmost, and we are doing around 6,000 transplants with very experienced surgeons and the doctors and the infrastructure. So our numbers are going gradually year by year, it is very high. And our transplantation cost is also going down. So the procedure wise, nowadays it is becoming very easy. So after the introduction of the medical visa by the central government, so the patient first they will give some lead. So whether this patient is suitable for the transplantation or not, and after that they will be sending us the donor details. We will check the compatibility. If the patient is compatible, so then we will see all the legal issues and we will give the medical visa for them. And after that, once they reach our Telangana or something, we will submit to the DME, Director of Medical Education, and then we will get the clearances from our state government. Within 15 days, we will get 15 to 30 days, we will get everything cleared. After transplantation, we supposed to ask the patient to stay back for a week with us, and for the donor, and within a week the donor can go back to his country, and the recipient is supposed to be with us for 2 to 3 months. If you see the accommodation cost and travel cost for the recipient also, it is very cheaper. So my focus is, so the administrators are here, so many administrators, hospital owners are here. So why don't you focus on nephrology for, especially for the transplantation? If you check this gross difference in the price issues, we can easily advertise for getting so many cases for the transplantation. Even in Asian countries, apart from India, Turkey is next thing that is going good number of transplants, and Singapore is the thing. In Singapore, the cost of transplant is going around $130,000. So if we compare all the Asian countries, ours is the cheapest, and we request the international coordinators or international ambassadors and also hospital owners focus on the nephrology for the transplantation. Thank you.
I now call upon Dr. Farah Mohammad Gulai, Vice Minister of Health, Puntland, and Dr. Jama from Galkayu, Somalia.
Just 2 minutes. And
Just 2 minutes. We'll have an interactive session. Yes.
Just want to have 2 questions for you.
Questions.
Just couple of questions.
It can be interactive session also. Doctors also can.
What question is?
Do you understand Hindi? आपको हिंदी समझ में आती है? No. Okay. How do you like this event? The day? How was it here?
India was good.
Good. How was the
And
food?
the day today was a long day.
Very big day. Very big day. And
Yes.
stressed out. We just wanted to find out from your, because you are the international people who wanted to extend and collaborate with Indian and Telangana government with us. What are the challenges and hurdles you are facing? So is there anywhere that we can work out? 1, 2, 3.
I don't have to say this afternoon or this morning the challenge we're facing, especially the Somali patient coming from Somalia to Hyderabad. The best place Somalia wanted to go is Hyderabad.
Okay.
Hyderabad. I can guarantee almost 99% of patients come to Hyderabad, not other city in India. That's why I came here as a minister to see. Yesterday I went into the area of Somalia. There's area they call Somalia area. Baramul.
Thank you.
Then I find out this is cost effective, as many doctors say that compared with other countries, and also the life cost life here is not that expensive compared with others. So all in all, except some challenges which I say as the Indian government and hospital doctors have to try to ease this problem, which is challenge of visa problem, how to come to Hyderabad. Because it's, for example, patients who have spinal injury and wanted to stem cell, they cannot travel from almost 3 days. So also we have opportunity in Somalia. Some hospital come to Somalia and they have more patients than now they have in Somalia. That's what I believe. So there's opportunity in the market ways to in Somalia because there's no standard hospitals like here in Somalia. There's no.
Great. Thank you.
And
Thank
a lot
you.
of patients also.
Yeah.
Audience, Dr. Yes.
And thank you very much for all of doctors who participated. And thank you for getting us. I was first time here in India.
Okay.
I'm the hospital manager in Somalia. And 10 years ago, Somali patient go to Malaysia, and it was very expensive. What they told him, and kidney transplantation in Malaysia was $100,000, and India is $25,000. Because India is standard now is better than before 10 years ago. And most of Somali people, they come India because their standard is higher as before. And we are happy to come here. And I think we are cooperating on hospitals in India also.
So I know it's already 6, and I really wanted to track.
I wanted doctor's feedback.
I was actually, when I came back from the UK, we were just dealing with local Indian patients. This was about 10 years ago, 2013. And from 2016 or 17, I had the first Somalian patient come to see me. And he had a very, very bad war wound or some major hip injury. And I did a very complex hip replacement on him. And he sent me a picture of him riding a camel after 3 months. And I was like, wow, I never advise people to go back on a horseback or a camel after my hip replacements. But this guy just went on a camel and is sending me a video of him riding a camel. And then another one came, and then another one came. I think it was a fantastic journey over the last few years. Now we are, 30% of my surgery workload is from Somalia. So it's a big workload. And now the East Africa is extending into Kenya and, some Ethiopians, a lot of Yemenis. So a lot of unfortunate injuries, really, and childhood issues. But then we also get very simple issues, people with lifestyle diseases, secondary to diabetes, hypertension, obesity, all sorts of things. So they have the same problems, but by and large, we've been very surprised by the number of people we are seeing. But the problem they face is that they are helpless. They have a language issue. And so the local agents, which are the students of Somalia, who speak English, now many of them speak Telugu and Hindi, because they've been here for so long. And they are the ones who are helping them go to various hospitals. And the downside of that is that they ask for a certain percentage and of the revenue, and everything is very openly dealt with. And hospitals try to get the patient by offering them more and more. And I don't know what they tell the patient, let's go to this hospital. How do they decide that which hospital should the patient go? And this is a problem that needs to be sorted out.
Thank you. Are we done? Thank you. Any more? One question? So I really thank Dr. Lakshminath Shivaraju Garu, Senior Consultant Neurosurgery, Brain and Spine, for being moderating this wonderful panel discussion. Thank you very much. And just we'll have a small token of gratitude for you. I request Dr. M.V. Shushanji, MS Ortho, MS Ortho UK, Fellowship in Joint Replacement and Orthoscopy, MD and CEO of Kasturi Hospital and IVF Center, to please step on the dais. And Geeta Madam, to felicitate, to begin with, Dr. Sri Bhushan Rajugaru, Senior Professor and HOD. Sir, you were the reason why we didn't have anyone. Because we are so used to watch and listen only in the television. So that's the reason, And we are, sir has been an amazing speaker. Thank you. I also request, sir, I know I'm troubling you, the final time on the dais. I won't trouble you more. Please step forward on the dais. We're gonna felicitate Dr. Kalpana Ji, Director, Kasturi Hospital and IVF Center. I also request Professor Archana, Senior Professor, Pullareddy College of Pharmacy, also to step on the stage. Can anyone help with the shawls and all that? Madam, anyone please? Sir, please, sir. Please. On this dais. No. Koncham meeku flowers icheyandi. Yeah. Dr. Kalpana Ji. Yeah. I request Geeta Ji. I request Archana Ji to please do the honors. Shawl and so please be on the stage. The last final moments. Now I request Dr. Gabriel Sukumar Chinnamji to please step forward and receive the honors. So please step forward for the felicitation. I request Lakshminathan ji to please do the honors along with Geeta ji. All together, please. I request everyone to be on the stage. Thank you. We have one more last, Dr. J.A.L. Ranganathan ji, the HOD Consultant Nephrologist, Care Hospital. Request Sri Bhushan ji also to do the honors. I request Dr. Lakshminathan Shivaraju ji, the Senior Consultant Neurosurgery, to please step forward. I request Dr. M.V. Shushan ji also to do the honors for them. And thank you very much. A huge round of applause. And before we go for the vote of thanks by Geeta ji, I think, thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much. We everyone have a group picture, please. And I'll play some music. हर तरफ अपना करेंगे है वतन तेरे लिए It's all medical tourism this day. But unfortunately, I don't have anyone to dance. Where should I show my dancing skills? See, the international gentleman over here, I can take 2 minutes, 2 minutes. See, we have a tradition. Before we walk down, we do lungi dance and we get down. Are you ready? Are you ready? You're going to take a great memory to Somalia. Are you ready for the lungi dance? Along with me. Are you ready? Okay, can we have the cameras on? You will enjoy this. Be with me. I'm going to play something very good for you. And the last 2 minutes, this is called Rajnikant Lungi Dance, and we are going to enjoy this. Like this. Just अच्छा 100-200 ऊपर से ले लेना seriously हम अपना खुद का पैराशूट लाए हैं ना सारे पैसे होटल में पड़ाओगे तो मेमोरीज कैसे बनाओगे I am young they should join young they should join now just keep the mic very close मुझको को थोड़ा राउंड घुमा के अन्ना के जैसा चश्मा लगा के कोकोनट में लस्सी मिला के आ जाओ सारे मूड बना के मुझको को थोड़ा राउंड घुमा के अन्ना के जैसा चश्मा लगा के कोकोनट में लस्सी मिला के आ जाओ सारे मूड बना के और रजनी don't miss that chance और रजनी don't miss that chance lungi dance 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 Disco में जब ये गाना बजेगा on the floor आना पड़ेगा लुंगी को उठाना पड़ेगा स्टेप करके दिखाना पड़ेगा Disco में जब ये गाना बजेगा on the floor आना पड़ेगा लुंगी को उठाना पड़ेगा Geeta Garu, please, we would wind off this with your vote of thanks. Thank you very much, everyone. Such a big and long day. One more dance? No. Dr. Guru Prasad Garu. Okay. Guru hota hai. Doctor ka bhi guru hota hai. Thank you. So we would request to please have token of gratitude from us. And I request one more time. Please join the stage for the honors. Please come forward. Dr. Rangnath Garu, just 1 minute. Thank you for everyone who stayed until the last minute and made this healthcare conclave a grand success. So signing off, Professor Krishna Chaitanya, thank you. Ma'am, bye. Thank you.